All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome to a what is this? Friday night session. I'm so excited to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. And I'm so happy to have you here. Thanks for being here. Before we get into everything, let us bring some beautiful love energy into the readings. We'll begin by first taking a big deep breath to come out of the future, come out of the past, come out of the chaos, come back into the now where love exists, where fear doesn't exist, right? And then we'll bring in the singing bowl. I'll hit the singing bowl 3 times, and we can just let that love flow into us, into our full body, into our mental body, our emotional body, our physical body, our energetic body. Fill us up and go out to the world. Let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. And we can do our own little um, raising of our own vibration by focusing in on just one thing that we're grateful for in the moment. That immediately begins to raise our vibration, opens us up into an energy of receiving, especially that which we're grateful for. We just become a magnet for it. So, as I say, it's a win win, win win, win 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 in doing that, right? So, if you'd like to join me, let's begin by we'll take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't hurt yourself, don't pass out on me. I would like you to be here present. So, let's begin. We'll take a big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. As I hit the singing bowl, I'm not sure how loud it will be. It varies from time to time, so be wary of your volume. And remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Beautiful energies. I love it. I love it. I love it. One of my favorite things. Put her back here on her little shelf. Let her watch over us with all our readings this evening. So, hello, everyone. So happy to have you here. And Welcome, my Zen friends. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome as well. We have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. As we say, two beautiful things that can help our path in life be easier instead of harder, right? So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. If you want to know how all the process works with the donations, free readings, all that, it's all down in the description box of the video. Basically, free readings are 1 to 2 card readings normally, but donations, we dive deeper. We pull more cards for those. You also get what's called a fortune cookie. Um, Tonight, we are using the Alice, the Wonderland Oracle, based on Alice in Wonderland, of course. And so you'll get one of those. Um, and we do step out of the free readings, giving those priority and dive, like I said, dive deeper into those. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts. I know everyone's finances are different, cost of living is different, rate of exchange across the world is different. So whatever you give from your heart, I do honor that, and we dive into those. Um, the last 30 minutes of a session, I'm usually on for about 3 hours. Sometimes I go longer if I have the donations for that to do that. But I'm usually in for like 3 hours. If I haven't got to any free readings by 2.5 hours, then I do step away from donations for about a half hour, complete as many free readings as I can during that period. So we do get to free readings every session. Sundays are a bit different. So we'll talk about Sundays on Sunday. We don't need to know that right now. But after each session, I also put a pinned comment listing all of the readings I completed with timestamps. I know, super high tech. You just click on the little timestamp, it takes you right to your reading. So if you have your question out there and you got life to live, I get it. You can go, go live life, and you can come back and check the stream after it's done. Look for that pinned comment, find your reading, click on it, and you'll go right to it. Um, what else? What else about the process? I think that's basically it. um, I am going to be using here the Lumina Tarot. I used this last night. It's a beautiful deck. Look at that rainbow. So I'll be doing that. I also have the Learning Tarot for when kind of situations. If there's a relationship reading, I might even bring in the Spill the Tea little deck here around relationships as well. If you want a message from someone on the other side, I do have a little deck for that, and then ancestors too. So depending on the question or spirit, I might bring in a little extra here and there. Um, Also, if you don't know, I have a free podcast. We had well, I think it was last Friday, not today, but a week ago, came out for my second podcast. So if you're interested, here is that. It's Adventure 2, which is round 1 of fighting. We're going to have round 2 coming up, and then probably the knockout round, probably just be 3 around this. Being in the boxing ring with people. This one was about focusing more on intimate relationships and around why people cheat and why it hurts so much, and my own experiences, perspectives from human side and from spirit, and then hints from spirit on how to make that an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, check that out there. The playlist is always in the description box of the video if you want to catch up on any of those. I also have a giveaway coming up here on November 5th, uh, which is the full moon, the super beaver full moon in Taurus. But we're going to have a giveaway. So you can either win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or my Hedge of Peace and Love. So if you're interested in getting into the drawing, check out that video. It tells you all about it there. And next week, I'm going to make an announcement because next weekend is Halloween weekend. I know. So in all my sessions, I'm going to have 2 giveaways. You guys are getting a little advance notice. I'm going to put it out next week on all my social media and all that. Maybe I'll even do a little video. But I'm going to have 2 giveaways, one for donors and then one for the free readings. where I'm going to be giving away a 15-minute personal recorded readings, one for donors and one for the free readers. And I'm going to do that every session for all five. So some more giveaways coming up. Also, I'm going to be announcing some other specials that I'm going to have. Right now, the special that's out there is on my 15-minute and 30-minute personal recorded readings. They are 777 and 1515, respectively. So if you're interested in that, you can check out that little link there. Keep the lookout for next week because I'm going to add my hour in there, my live readings in there, and my Hedge of Peace and Love. So everything's going to be on sale until the end of the year. I'm just going to put them all on special and just keep it there until January 2nd. I'm going to go through all the way through January 1st. So keep a lookout for all those. And also, I put out a special video, a channeling from Spirit I did. I do automatic writing occasionally and connect to the spirit world. This was my higher self that I connected with. And I read it, this little video. It's just like 5 minutes long, but it's talk about walking consciously and how we can make the most of that. I really loved it. It's in the playlist of my Easier Path podcast too, because they mentioned that in there. So that's in there too. So I think that was everything that I wanted to kind of what's on special, anything free, podcasts that are out, anything extra. Um, no, never any expectations. It's just information. But I'd rather have you know than go, what? Oh no, I didn't know, and miss out on a good dealio. All right. So I think that is everything. So let's give a little shout out before we jump into everything. So we have here, we got your Vashi. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And Ashish. Hello. We got Rabia, hello. Good to see you. Hey. Rosalind Crump, hello, hello. We have Doug. Thank you, Doug, for your donation. You'll be up here. You'll be second. We actually have Sarah Taylor. Hello, hello. She'll be up first, and then you'll be up after that. And we have Patricia in the house and Ateshi Singh and Sun and Music. So thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate all of the love and all the support. And thank you for all the thumbs up already too. It does help spread the Zen love. And for me, and I really appreciate that. You're part of the love tsunami, helping draw more people into the love energy that we are here. So I love that. All right. So let me move. Oops, wrong mouse. This mouse runs this computer. This mouse runs this one. You think that would be obvious, but not right now. Right. Let me just bring it to here. So we do, like I said, donations. We do have Sarah Taylor up first, and then Doug will be after that. And if I don't have any other donations, we'll start into free readings this evening. So let us jump in. So up first here, we do have so Sarah Taylor, you're at 1333. Look at all these threes. I love it. In the house. Hello, hello. Thank you for your wonderful email. Yeah, my host, the surgery went well. She's recovering upstairs. She had spine surgery. I know. It's amazing that they just keep you overnight and they're like, all right, you can go home now with a brace and stuff. But they went in front and back to straighten things out. They found out that she had, I think, a tilted pelvis or something from birth. And then she had a bad traffic accident when she was like a teenager. So the combination, they just had to go in and but she's going to be so happy not to be afraid to sneeze and throw out her back, she said. So it's a miracle, just the medical abilities that we have. So thank you for your prayers and your thoughts and everything for her as well. So, and then thank you for the donation as well via the PayPal, right? PayPal, yep. So we'll dive in here. You said you wanted an oracle or a little small reading, and you put over here minor health issues. Yeah, I understand that. These human bodies are very complex. I understand. So what we'll do here, I do feel we'll pull a couple of tarot, but I do feel the ancestors calling your name. So we'll pull an oracle from the ancestor oracle. Ancestor And then you also get an Alice in Wonderland fortune cookie as well. So let's dive in here. Of course, when we're talking about any health things, disclaimer in the description box of the video. I'm not a licensed medical professional. Tarot's for fun, designed for entertainment purposes only, etc., etc. So, disclaimer made. Check, check. So let's see what we have here. What does spirit and we'll see what your um, ancestors want to bring in here too. All right. So we got those. Excuse me. And then so we'll put these down here. You can kind of see them a little bit here. And we got the little fiery ancestor spirit. So we'll see what they are wanting to you to know here right now too. Right, there's your card. Let's put these back over there. All right. I think we are set here. So the bottom of the deck here, we do have the Five of Pentacles. Not the five. You have the Seven of Pentacles over here. You have the Five of Cups right here in my hand, though, which is a card of emotional energy. This doesn't feel like it's a conscious sorrow or a conscious lower vibration emotion, but something that's kept very, very deep down inside. And what I'm hearing from spirit is that, when our inner child, our, especially our emotional inner child, which we develop all those emotions 7 years old and younger, they try to get our attention throughout our life in all the different ways. Our mental child that develops between 7 and 14 also tries to get our attention in a couple ways. And if we aren't paying attention, because we get used to all the noise, and it's like if you're ever a parent, I don't have children myself, but I've experienced it with other people. I see their child going, mom, or dad, and they're like, what other carrying a conversation with me? I'm like, your child's right there because I'm new to this scenario, but they've learned to tune them out, and we kind of learn to tune out, um, yeah, we tend to, um, tune out our inner children too. But what happens is we have a third inner child, which is our physical body that develops between 14 and 21. And if we don't listen to our emotional and physical, our teenage, our body goes, I'll get their attention for you. So that's what I'm coming up here with the Five of Cups. I feel like your body is trying to get your attention and point you to, especially with the cups, it's not swords, it's cups. They're pointing you to your emotional inner child. So if you don't have Louise Hay's books, heal your body, heal your life, or I forget the name of her book right now. I totally spaced it. But Heal Your Life? It's something like that. But Louise Hay. Um, but if you don't have the book, you can also Google and just say emotional and spiritual reasons for, and if you, whatever symptoms you have, or even, like it's a bowel cancer check, you can see what is at the core of that and see what resonates because it could be an emotional expression trying to get our attention. Our bodies are so amazing that way. Um, so I feel like that's what's coming in with the Five of Cups beneath the surface there. And then your first card that came flying out of the deck is the Ace of Pentacles, which is, of course, Pentacles, the body. I like that here. Because this is a new opportunity. It's a blessed, energy around physical body. So I feel like, you're going to get good news, and your body is an opportunity for your body just to be made aware of here. But so I don't feel like there's anything so far with this, but the emotional reason of the symptoms will help. You also have the Knight of Wands. Yeah, the movement of energy. Yeah, it's a great stuff, isn't it? I read it again, I think last year, and just a amazing awareness, especially for how long ago it was. She was definitely ahead of her time. But this Knight of Wands is movement. It's the quest of stepping into your power. So it's also mentioning that whatever we focus on, like if I focus on, I want healing, well, what I end up doing is telling the universe through my energy, I enjoy healing from things. So continue to give me things to heal from because I like the journey of healing. Instead, we are grateful for health and we start focusing, whatever we don't focus on shrinks. So if I don't focus on what's wrong, what I think is wrong, because I'll just grow that. If I focus instead on what I'm grateful for, then that helps draw in things that match that. And like we said, we don't ignore something that's going on because in this case, it's our body telling us maybe something can be looked at inside. So we definitely inquire and do that, but we don't focus so much energy on it. We recognize it, take action, but then focus majority of our time on what we're grateful for in our life. This is what the Knight of Wands is bringing in, something just to be aware of there. These two cards came out together. We do have the five. Okay, I said the Five of Pentacles earlier. You do have it now. And the Ten of Cups. So the Ten of Cups is joy, joy, joy energy. And the Five of Pentacles is a fear of abandonment or lack, not being enough, not having enough. But it's also a card with the Five of Pentacles is a change of body. And I like this. It's saying that if we focus on the joy, that also does stuff for us. It helps us function at a higher vibration in our body to function at its highest, right? Because fear, when we go into fear, that sends our body into fight or flight mode, which actually works against us because our body's designed to shut down our immune system, shut down our digestive system, flood our body with adrenaline and all sorts of stuff because it's supposed to be a temporary thing. But if we're looping this fear of the future, the fear of what something could mean, what if, what if, what if, it keeps us in this perpetual state of like our body's not working at its highest. So there is talking about here focusing on joy can impact your body and transform your body and put it in its highest functioning abilities. And it leads you to the strength, inner strength. So we like that, very much a card of health and strength, of building up of body coming in here, Leo energy. Um, I like this energy of I'm going to lead my life. I'm the one that gets to decide my journey, and our spiritual posse, they're like, whatever you want, we're on board. Let's go for your journey. And I like this. So this is you leading your life, and you have the power to do so. So I like that energy. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. We'll see what your ancestors want to add in here as well. But definitely with that Five of Cups, I would definitely kind of just search and see what does the symptoms, not so much the the um, possibility of it being bowel cancer. You can definitely look at that, but I would look at also symptoms so that we understand those. Let's see what card came flying out here. Begin writing now. I like this little scribe. Create, express, and inspire. Ooh, okay. Let's see what they're wanting you to do here. All right, here it is. So, inscriptions in Elder Futhark are the only surviving remnants of the language spoken by Germanic tribes early in the Common Era. The runic alphabet was used on stones, weapons, jewelry, and other items, with the earliest of these inscriptions dating as far as back as the 2nd century. The people of Scandinavia had a strong oral tradition in which long passages of history and other important information was passed down using stories and poetry, right? You were cleansing. That's funny. By the Middle Ages, Scandinavia has developed new boundaries, and the language has evolved into distinct dialects such as Danish and Swedish. The written language was influenced by the Roman alphabet, although the use of the runic alphabet did continue. The earliest recorded piece of Danish literature, Gesta Danorum, which is the Deeds of the Danes, by Saxo Grammaticus, was published in approximately 1200 CE. In the tradition of the region's storytelling and poetry, it's told the story of the first Danish kings from prehistory to the time it was written. In the early 1700s, Ludwig Holberg penned plays, comedies, and works about history and philosophy. Holberg's most famous comedy, well, Je peux pas berget. I don't know how to say that. Bjerget. I don't know. It's still performed nearly 300 years on. I like this, energy. There's a ancestral speak into inventory meaning, but I feel like this is all about writing your own story, and I feel like this is an important thing that they're bringing in here because whatever happens in the outside world, including our body being part of the outside world, anything that happens outside of our, you know, mind and emotions and energy just is. There isn't meaning to it until it gets in here, till it gets in the noodle and gets into the noggin. Then we create the story. Now, we've been given a lot of stories growing up, which are opinions of other humans about when all this happens, this is what it all means. We've been inundated with all these stories, a lot of the same popular stories. So we took it on as our own story, our own opinion, our own reaction to things, but this is about you writing your own story, that no matter what happens in the outside world, we get to decide what it means. And that helps us kind of step out of the fear of the future, the fear of the unknown, because the reason why we fear the future so much is because we're taught if this thing comes, this is how I have to the story I have to put, the emotions I have to feel, the energy I put forward, the actions I have to take. We feel like a puppet on strings at the whim of the outside world when we believe that all these stories are what we have to, but it's opinion. We don't have to. It's just a suggestion. It doesn't have to be. I get to choose. So theoretically, what helps me set myself free from the fear of the future is no matter what comes, I get to decide what it means. I get to decide how I feel, the emotions I choose. I get to choose my actions, and all that. So this is about rewriting the story or realizing you are the writer of your own story. Everyone's going to have their opinions. Get a second opinion, right? Especially whatever doctor is like, you know what? It's just information. I get to choose the story. So I like that coming in here. It can fit anything in our lives. The ancestors speak to you and they say writing is a way to capture ideas, plans, dreams, and memories, as well as stories and history. It can be therapeutic. You do not need to study or have any special tools to start writing. Put a pen to paper and see what happens. Write for yourself, and as your creative talents are freed for others too. So I like that. Again, this is writing your own story, but there also is something here about, of course, journaling helps you get emotions and thoughts out in front of you so you can question them. But also, if you've ever been wanting to write something, either a blog or poetry or stories or books or whatever, you're very much in this auspicious energy to do so. The divinatory meaning says you have a talent for writing and expressing yourself. You may like to share your gift with others by having your writing published or to keep a journal just for yourself. It doesn't matter what you write, it matters that you start writing and get your thoughts down. Write anything that pops into your head. Writing is a healing experience that helps you process things in your life, can also help you inspire others. Wow. Beautiful. Well, I love that for you. So that's the message from the ancestors for you there. And then let's see what your fortune cookie brings in as well. Hey, Olivier, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. Let's see what we got here. What does your fortune cookie bring? What else do they want you to know? Obviously, that's the one there. And you have messages for a rabbit, service to the animal world. I like it. The white rabbit. And then there's a starts off with a little blurb from Alice in Wonderland that says, "How queer it seems," Alice said to herself, "to be going to be going messages for a wabbit. I suppose Dinah'll be sending me on messages next." Oh, message be going on messages for a rabbit. All right, let's see what this means here. It says within this card, Alice finds herself fetching gloves and a fan for the white rabbit. Oh, so messages for a rabbit. This must be in English. It's like going on errands for something, right? While she hurries to help the strange little creature, she begins to imagine her cat, Dinah, giving orders. Alice wonders what she might be commanded to do once she returns home. In Wonderland, the lines that divide humans and animals are very, very blurred. When this card comes to you, it suggests that you can also understand the needs of creatures, animals, and wild things. By stilling the human world about you and tuning in to the greater world, the energy that is all about us, you will know what is needed. This card also suggests time spent with creatures who are not human. You will become very close to a beloved animal, perhaps a pet or an animal you take care of. You delight in their company and in taking care of their needs. You will be fascinated with the way in which they communicate, and you will learn more about what they mean when they go about their usual habits. In short, you will become more attuned to the non human world. The lines between animals and people are beginning to grow less and less visible, as it is in Wonderland. You will help animals, they will appreciate this, and you will be rewarded with a greater understanding, deeper connection, and many delightful moments as you come to know each other. When this card comes to visit, you will be gifted with affection, loyalty, and an expansion of your world. Stay aware of animal visitations, for wondrous spirit is speaking with you through their pure and wild presence. You might even, if you have animals that are approaching either in physical form or you see a lot of the same type of animal or, non-human being that comes up, look at what medicine it has, that what animal medicine they bring, because I feel like there's messages there too, because this is all messages. It says messages for the rabbit, but I have messages from the rabbit is what's coming in. The divination for this says animal communication, a proximity to animals, enjoying the company of animals, an interest in animal behavior and symbology, feeling drawn to animals more so than humans, intuitively understanding their needs, rewards of friendship, closeness, and trust. I love that. So there is this animal medicine energy that's coming in here. But there's also something else that I feel, because you have this nudge for writing and sharing and helping people. But I don't know if you've noticed that you pick up energies from animals. They're bringing back, I saw a video once of a lady that communicates with animals energetically, and I mean, the one that I saw, she went to like a feline rescue where they had like a black panther. I think it was a black panther, and because the Black Panther was acting depressed and not acting different and all this, and so they said, "Well, we give it a try," and she went and she knew things that the panther was telling her about what happened on the property. They were like, "No one knew that," and it was really interesting, but it's like communicating with animals and being able to help them resolve their issues because they can't speak. It's like being a spokesperson for animals, maybe. I like the neighbor's chickens all of a sudden have been flying over the fence to your backyard. They're like, "Hello, we want to talk to you." So if that resonates, I feel like there's something along those lines as well. All right. So very interesting. But that's what they have for you, Sarah. So thank you again for your donation. We send you wonderful energy. We'll keep you in our prayers too, and our thoughts and our energies as you go on your little adventure as well. So um, know that you're never alone in your adventure as well. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Doug. You are up. Thank you for your donation. Let's give you your timestamp here first. And let's give that a love and a like. Thank you so much for that donation. You want to know, will you retire and move to Cali this year? All right. We'll see here based on your current energies what this looks like here for you. So, first, will you retire this year? We'll look at that. Okay, we got those. And then, will it be California this year? What's the energy if you move to California? I want to ask here. I want to ask: is it fated that you move to California, or is it one of your possibilities and your choices? So this is the energy if you move to California, and then I wanted to see here if is there somewhere else that would be even more in alignment with your path that your soul is wanting, because it's all about choice. But we'll see if there's a faded energy first, and then we'll look at this other energy too. All right. Yeah, interesting. I put this card back in. We just had this on the bottom here with the Five of Cups. There is this emotional choice energy that comes in here, the Five of Cups. Usually it's someone that's looking at the three spilt cups, but behind them are the two cups, which is the power of emotional choice. So I do feel here we'll probably get a verification here with this other card. I don't feel like it's fated where you go because it's not going to impact your destiny where you specifically live. So whatever you came here to experience and your list of adventures, it doesn't matter where you live. So we'll definitely confirm that here as well. But I feel like that's what it's telling me is, we can be happy or we can choose to be happy or sad wherever. And it's true. I've lived in like, let's see, I was born in Wisconsin, lived in Colorado and Colorado Springs and Denver. I lived in Las Vegas. I lived in Anaheim, California. I've lived in San Antonio, Texas, and Des Moines, Iowa, up in the northern panhandle of Idaho. I've lived in southwest portion of Utah. So I've lived in a lot of different places in my life, and I was happy at every single one of them. There's things that you could choose to hate around a place and things you can choose to love. But I like that kind of power of choice energy that's coming in here is you can be happy anywhere. I like that. All right. So retire. Will you retire this year based on your current energy? You do have the Knight of Pentacles along with the High Priestess. This energy does feel like i there's an opportunity for you to retire this year if you want, because the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight, but it's also the pursuit of, the coin, the stuff of the outside world. And the High Priestess is an energy of stepping back and seeing things from a different perspective, but it's a pulling away from things. See this underlying energy. Yeah. Six of Pentacles is having enough where you have enough for you and to help other people too if you want. So I feel like this very much is an energy that you can if you want to. It's available for you to choose though, because this high priestess is them stepping away to really look at and allow the hidden. Again, they also dive into their emotions to understand what is it that I want and why. So there's a lot of kind of a little bit of soul searching, I feel emotional, especially soul searching going on around retiring. Um, and I feel like you might retire from the big job that you have, but I feel like you might be too bored. Is what I kind of pick up here. Like there's something else that you want to do, But it's not that you need a bunch of money doing it, but I feel like you will have some sort of investment of your time where you get a little bit back, but I feel like that's not important to you, that there's some sort of expression of yourself here. Because this give and receive energy underneath, I feel like you still would want to feel like you want to do something as well. So interesting. All right. And then let's take a look here. Are you fated for California? No. I mean, there's not fated. The Three of Swords are expectations equal disappointment. And so I don't feel like that's not an energy of fate. This is more of an energy of if we think that we're supposed to do something, that's like the disappointment energy. This is that you get to choose where you want to go. But it's not doing something from the head. They're like follow your heart on where you want to retire, not where you think you're supposed to or should or need to. Let the brain, at least let the heart have a seat at the table along with it. So if that's California, then it's like, yeah, my heart is drawing me there. Then that's very supportive. But let's see here. This is California energy. If you move to California, if you retire this year, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, this is seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. You also have the Ten of Swords. Here's letting go of expectations, getting out of the head. Um, You'll feel the most enjoyment in California if you don't go there with expectations, if you're just going there, um, and again, following your heart kind of energy. But get out of your head around what it's supposed to be or should be or need to be, because that's like the Three of Swords. Expectations equal disappointment. Expectations suck the life out of relationships, jobs, whatever in the world. Because when we have all these things of what something is supposed to be, we end up focusing on what something's not instead of the joy of what we love about where we're at. If we focus on what's not happening, we get more of the not happening. And if we focus in on the gratitude of what we love about something, we get more of that. So it's in for an easier path to sit in gratitude. If we want to experience disappointment, we can have all the expectations we want, right? There's no wrong choice with spirit. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. There's no wrong choice here. Is there somewhere else that's even more in alignment with your heart? Let's see here. You got the Maiden of Swords, Page of Swords, with the Three of Wands. There might be somewhere else here. Three of Wands is with this new information, with clarity, you might end up going a different direction. So, um, close your eyes and open your heart and see where you're being drawn to and investigate. The Page of Swords is an energy of new information, looking at things from a different perspective, seeing things, new communication. But I like this for you. Because there is no right or wrong, but since I asked them, they're telling me, yeah, there's other places that your heart would even be like, wow, kind of energy, um, as well. So maybe do a little bit of traveling, do a little bit of visiting, follow your heart, and see here. But it's up to you is basically what it says. It's not fated where you go, but it feels like California wouldn't live up to what you think it's supposed to be with the Three of Swords and the Ten of Swords. Feels like you can still enjoy it because you get to choose, but it might be easier for you to choose to be happy somewhere else, you know, because we know you could live somewhere horrible and I can still choose to love it, but it's hard to love it. Or it can be somewhere it's like, how could you not just love where you're living because of this and this and this and this, right? Let's see what else they have here for you with your fortune cookie here. Let's see what else we got. Whoa, what else do we got coming in here? Yeah, I like this here. This is the one that wanted to make itself known here. You got 38, and this says, you are rare and free. There are not many like you there. You're like, yay. Are you an Aquarius? I'm Aquarius sun. We like being thinking that we're rare and different and even weird. So it starts off with a little blurb from Alice in Wonderland that says, "Are there any more people in the garden besides me?" Alice said, not choosing to notice Rose's last remark. "There's one other flower in the garden that can move about like you," said the rose. "I wonder how you do it." Says sometimes people will struggle to understand you. And when they have this trouble, they may well try to fit into one box or another they are already familiar with. When you're not when you are not clearly one thing or the other, when you are a trailblazer, a rebel, and a free spirit, you are likely to meet with disapproval. And this is what happens to Alice when the flowers, who know just who they are, cannot classify her. They assume she is just rather a wildflower who would much rather be like them. You too are something of a rare wild flower. You are a nature child. You are free. You are adventurous. And you just won't behave in ways that others think are right. You may wish to live outside the rules. That's interesting. Live outside the rules. That's really jumping out. And the conventions of society and culture. You are inspired by being your own self and exploring your potential. You are unconventional, surprising, different, and people recognize this. Some will say you are wrong to be free or downplay you as a weed, while the other flower, like which the other flowers do to Alice, but others, like the sweet bud, will love you. Embrace your own rare qualities. Don't try to fit in. There's the expectations. Well, I should go to California maybe, but maybe this is think of somewhere different. But it says don't try to fit in. You'll be so frustrated and always quietly unhappy. Be brave. By being your own wild, flowery self, you'll inspire others, especially those who are younger, to be utterly themselves too. And remember, it's never too late to be a wildflower. The divination here says a struggle to find places where people accept you or where you feel you fit in. You must learn to embrace all that makes you different and become the very best you that you can possibly be. You will never be defined, so refuse to comply. Explore the frontiers of the human spirit and know how precious and rare you are. The reversal meaning of the card is about conforming may seem like the answer, as may disguising all that makes you different. You may be attempting to be like others and allow yourself to be told who you ought to be or where you ought to go, right? Consider being your own best friend and celebrating your differences. I like that. There's a lot of that energy in there about, why is it that I want to be drawn there? Is it because I feel I'm supposed to? Or is there somewhere that I want to be a rebel and would rather go instead? So, things to think about, but there is no fate related to all of this. You get to choose where you want to go. And, if you move somewhere and you don't like it, the good thing is that you're not a tree or a flower. You can uproot yourself and move again. A tree is like, oh, I'm stuck here, right? So hopefully that helps, Doug. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And thank you again for your donation. All right. Well, that is it for the donations right now. So let us grab the free readings here and we will start into those. So we got down to Roslyn here. Okay. And then here's Ashish. We'll grab yours here. And then Urvashi. Grab yours here. And then Livy A. Vacara. Whoops. I'll grab yours there. All right. And that is what we have. So let me just prepare these and we will dive in. All right. So we'll take a quick swig of coffee here. So cheers, everybody. So happy to have you here. All right. So, sun and music. You are up first here. Let us put that down here. Anyone like a general for the next 7 days? All right. So, what does Spirit want you to know about the next 7 days? Yeah, I do want this one too. And you've got the Two of Swords and Temperance coming in here. There, there's this little nudge here to have patience around making a decision coming in here. It's trust that the answers will come is what I'm hearing. Two of Swords is about, can be about a struggle or a conflict between your head and your heart in making a decision. Like your head thinks this is a good idea, and your heart's like, no, this is a good decision. It's like twins who are opposite, pointing in opposite directions, like the push me, pull me in Dr. Doolittle. If you are familiar with that, that's what they showed me in my head, being pulled in two different directions. But they're saying here with this temperance energy that um, the information will come, and you can even ask of spirit, say, can you bring me clarity to make this a no-brainer, and then wait for the answer. Because if we don't know what to choose, it means we don't have enough information yet. And once you have enough information, then you'll be like, okay, this is obviously what I want to do. It's going to be that kind of determination here. Um, yeah, because sometimes if someone's pushing us, and that's where this patience comes in. If someone's pushing us to make a decision, it's because they want us to like say yes to whatever they're wanting, right? But if we go, well, if I have to give you an answer right now, I don't feel comfortable with the yes, so I'm going to say, wow, that's a lot. You don't have to say it like that. It's my no, my famous no button here. But we can say no and say, well, the answer is no. Chances are, if people are like, "Oh, well, take a little more time. Don't rush," because they want you to say yes, so they don't wanna push you, and if they push and you say, "Well," then the answer is no, right? If I have to answer now, then the answer is no, and they're like, "Well, think about it some more." Um, so that's also the time thing can come in here, but also if you're not comfortable making a decision, don't. Look for clarity, ask for clarity from spirit, and they will give that to you. Don't make any rush decisions. Don't allow people to pressure you in making a decision either, because you'll know. And I like that. If you don't know what the decision is that you'd make, it's because you don't know enough yet around the situation. So I like that for you. And that's what they have for you right now, sun and music. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we have a Teshi Singh up next. Let's grab your timestamp here. Maybe. I'll try it again. There we go. So, Ateshi, you want to know, is it mutual between you and HL? Do you guys feel the same, right? Or close to the same, right? No one ever feels exactly the same, right? In each moment, but is it close at least? Is it mutual? Or is it one-sided, right? So let's take a look here what we got. We've got the Nine of Cups. So on one hand, it's someone's dream come true emotionally, and on the other, we got the Magician. So it's like these are the two energies between the two. I feel like yours is like the Nine of Cups. You live from your heart and you feel like, you know, this would be a dream come true. But I feel like for you, you're you really are attracted to this idea of who you feel they are, who they could be, rather than the reality of who they really are, right? Um, and the Magician card, I feel with this is like their energy. This is the action person. This is like they're feeling very confident in who they are, almost like they don't feel like they need anyone and they're not looking to be with anyone right now because I just feel like they're even with this snake eating its own tail here. This is like the world card, which is they feel like they're in this cycle, ending of a cycle, beginning of new adventures. They're really in an energy of not wanting expectations or feeling like they have to have intentions. Um, because this is like the beginning. This is like I'm on the beginning of my adventures. I don't want to be caged, kind of like that a lion who doesn't want to be caged energy that come is coming in here. And you're living from a place of I can give my heart and and I feel like you're really the 9 of cups is like a emotional dream come true energy. It's like you're focused on the dream and sometimes we will go, they'll do, throw them into the dream. And we can be in love with the idea of being in love and we'll kind of wash over someone and just kind of put like a poster of the perfect person in this perfect relationship and go, they're it. But that's not really them. It's the role we put on them. So I feel like you're going to have some clarity come in. I don't feel like it's mutual. I don't feel like you're like wanting emotional. They're looking at more fire energy with the magic wand, looking at more not to have um, like I said, a commitment and to be have 4 walls around them. I feel like they're more in their adventure energy right now in their life. Um, they'll, like, "Hey, we can have some fun, go do things," and it's more motion where you want emotion, they want motion, they want activity, you know, intimacy, energy, kind of things, but not emotionally available, I guess is a good cliche word. They're not emotionally available right now. Not not anywhere close to what you're wanting from them and what you're able to give as well. So sorry, Teshi. That's what's coming in though, we say all this with love. We speak truth with love here, right? We don't tell you what we want to hear. I know that's why I'm a spirit. I'm like, just tell me the truth. I don't want you to tell me what I want to hear. That's why I love spirit. They speak truth and love and not, you know, to try to they don't deceive us like humans do, right? Anyway, but that's what they have for you, my dear. Much love to you. Hang in there. All right. Hey, Mika Khan. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. So Patricia, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom. And a message for the rest of October. I know, can you believe it's almost the end of October already? 7 more days. Yeah. Halloween will be next Friday. Got some special stuff for next weekend. So make sure you guys come and hang out at least one session because we're going to have some special cards, some drawing, some fun stuff going on. All right. So, what do we have for you, Patricia? What's the message for the rest of October here? Do you have the Maiden of Swords and the Two of Cups? So we do have this seeking clarity, the page of swords here. You have the Two of Cups too, and this can be it can go two ways, or maybe it's both ways. It can be both of these too, because I'm getting energy of a new like someone reaching out um that is an important relationship. So that doesn't have to be romantic. It can be friends, family, coworker, it can be someone, but it's someone reaching out to. It's an important conversation that's coming up with an important relationship in your life. And I feel like it's I guess a pivotal communication that comes in that kind of just changes things for you as you go into November. So I like this uh, connection that comes next week for that. Um, and it feels more, it doesn't, I mean, there can be a romantic energy coming in here too, which is, clarity around what you want in a relationship, new communication coming in from someone, an interested party emotionally too. But this other one feels more like work related or um, it takes you it doesn't that's why I feel like there's 2. There's one romantic, but there's this other one that's even more impactful. I know, right? Like, "What?" But it is. It's like job, it's location, whatever this other one is, I feel like it takes you, um, somewhere either new to work or new to live. And this, I feel like, is a new communication coming in about romance, but that's why I feel like this takes precedence because I feel like this takes you somewhere else where this becomes a moot point or doesn't matter because they're here, but you're moving away from there kind of energy. So it's interesting, but I feel like that this comes in here over this next week. So, wow, what is this all about, right? All right. So that's what's coming in right now for you, Patricia. So many blessings to you. I loved your little pumpkin there. We got all this lovely pumpkin stuff coming up next week. All right. Rosalind Crump, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. And you love a general read. All right. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. Okay. Boom, boom. What do they want you to know right now? You got the Six of Swords and the King of Wands. Yeah, you're really at this little, I don't want to call it a pivotal point, but it is an important point. The King of Wands is an energy of stepping up, um, realizing what it is that you want, and then you make a plan around it and you take action and you move in this direction. The Six of Swords with the King of Wands, the Six of Swords is like leaving some old ways of thinking go, some small t truths that have created rough waters and seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective, spirit, unconditional love perspective instead of from small t truths rooted in fear. We're looking at it from capital T truths rooted in unconditional love and higher wisdom, right? And so we're leaving some old ways, some old choppy waters and moving into calmer waters. But it's this awareness and this clarity that comes in allows you this space to clear the throne room of all these opinions, all those small t truths, blah, 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 so that you can have a little bit of silence. You can have a little bit of quietness to decide what is it that I want. Kind of clearing stuff out of your brain and kind of connecting more deeply with your heart or allowing your heart to have a seat at the table to decide what is it that I want, not what everyone else thinks I should want and what everyone else wants, but this is a time to clear everything out. If you have a crowded house or if you can get away, for just a coffee somewhere where you can just calmly connect with yourself, get rid of all the noise and the chaos so that you can go, what is it that I want? Because this is an important time here. You've been letting go of some old ways of thinking and you're ready for calmer waters, right? And you have the power with this King of Wands to make those decisions with this new information. And this new information comes from your heart, not from your head of supposed to be or should be or need to be or have to be or must be, but more from your heart. Where's your passion, your joy, your excitement? Where is it drawing you? And really deeply consider where it wants to take you because you have the power to get there, and kind of questioning what are you waiting for? What's holding you back? What fear belief about, well, everyone else's dreams should come first. Mine always come last. And it's like, nope, not anymore. You get to look at what do you want? So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they have for you, Rosalind. So many blessings to you. Then we have Ashish Balkaran. Hello, Ashish. Let's grab your timestamp here. And any good news coming for you about your life? All right, let's take a look here. Anything that you would deem as good news, because every moment is amazing and perfect and is full of good news, just as we as humans have sometimes a hard time seeing it, right? So we'll ask something that your human would deem as good news, right? That's the important thing coming in here. Excuse me. Let's take a look. When you got the Six of Wands and the Four of Cups, Yeah, you do have something that feels like a victory with the 6 of Wands. It is an energy. Normally, someone's on a horse, lifted up with a banner and a wreath, and people are like celebrating, woo, woo, woo. So there is a bit of a spotlight and a bit of, again, it's a success, victory kind of energy there. The 4 of Cups tells me, though, I know, I shush, 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 shush. Whatever this is that feels like, yeah, it it's like, "All right, well, that's done, now what?" Because I feel like whatever this good news is from the outside world, it is something that you were it's like, when we put our happiness connected to an outcome in the future, when this happens, I'll be happy and I'll love this. And then it happens, and then you're like, "Where's this big happiness I thought was gonna fall in here?" And this is good for you because the 4 of Cups is kind of like a bored energy of the emotions going, "Well, yeah, I feel kinda stagnant, that I thought this was the thing that was gonna make me excited about life." But that's the thing that you're learning more and more and more, I feel, on your path is that the things of the outside world aren't going to fill us up. What we're looking for is that eternal, unconditional love that we find on the inside. The outside world, relationships, situations, and things, the three buckets we're told to look for our fulfillment, fall short. They will never fill up what we're looking for because the outside world can give us conditional love, but what we're looking for is unconditional love on the inside, that eternal love. They can give us temporary love. That's why it falls short. But when we turn inward and upward and we fill up with that beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy, we're full and overflowing. Then what people give in the outside world becomes above and beyond extra. That's why in the 4 of Cups, normally you see someone there bored with the 3 cups, that's those 3 buckets of the outside world. And here comes the Ace of Cups, our self love that's being offered. That is the answer. It's the meal we're looking for. Once we're full on the inside, then all the dessert that is what only the world can give us, where it can always make room for more dessert. It doesn't mean we stop wanting things in the outside world. We just stop needing it. And in a way, this is good news because the more we get of the things that we think are supposed to make us happy and then they don't, they all point us inward to what we're really looking for. And when we find it, that's a life changer. It changes our whole perception of the world. Instead of the world being a place of lack and falling short, and then we feel like though it's overflow and it's abundance instead. But it's once we find it in here. So you do have something in the outside world that your human feels is good news. And then when you get it, it's like, well, why, where's all that good, warm feeling? It's gone. It's like eating American Chinese food. You eat it and you're hungry an hour later. It's not fulfilling because what you're looking for is the meal on the inside. So hopefully that helps, Ashish. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Urvashi. I'm probably totally mispronouncing that. My apologies. And let's grab this here. Does your husband want to reconcile with you? All right, let's take a look here. Based on their current energy, are they wanting to reconcile with you? And I want to ask here, I'm just kind of nudged to just inquire, is it fated that you guys end up back together or is it choice energy? Because that will help us understand too, right? So, based on the current energy, we've got the King of Cups. They've got this balanced energy between their head and their heart right now. They kind of feel like they're on the throne of their emotions. They're feeling this balanced energy. So there's not like this longing. It feels like they're in this place of really searching after their self love and trying to find this emotional balance energy here. Is it faded here? I got the Hermit card. It's not faded that you guys be together. Then the Hermit card would be quite the opposite, right? The Hermit is alone by themselves with spirit away from this. Um, so I don't feel here that they're in a place where they want to reconcile because they're trying to reconcile with themselves And so they're not in a place where they want to reconcile. And it's not fated that you guys, in fact, there's even like an energy of they're being removed out of your life, like a tower, to make space for something in your life that's more in alignment, that matches your energy, your soul, what it wants and where it wants to head. It's almost as if that they're being moved because they're an obstacle for you living your energy and living your passion in your life. And so with that hermit card, it really tells me more the opposite, that you're not fated to reconcile, you're actually fated to be apart from each other. And we can look at that, I know in the beginning when it happens where there's a separation, especially when we didn't want it, maybe we did want it on the inside. We can be honest with ourselves. We don't have to tell anyone else. Be like, yeah, no, it is a good thing because we fear what will other people think. But if we really get true with ourselves and we're like, no, I'm glad that they're not, that this can end and I can go on and live the life I want. Once we get past the fear what everyone else will think, we'll realize this isn't about me. Their actions are not about me. Their actions are about them. If you check out my most recent podcast, which is adventure number 2, which is round 1 of fighting. I don't know if it's necessarily cheating but it feels like it still can feel like a betrayal where someone's not living up to their vows, right? Can check that out. It's almost an hour long, but it gives us perspectives. It also gives us um, human perspective, spirit's perspective, and hints from spirit too that might give you some um, release and some tools on how you can move through this as well. But it doesn't feel like a reconciliation. Isn't the cards based on energy right now? Spirit's saying it's not fated that you guys be reconciled. And like I said, it's more so that this is happening for you, not to you. Um, so hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right, Livier Vagarra, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And you're wondering what's coming in for you the last days of this October, right? I know. We can't believe we're just a week away. I'm hearing that song, A Weem Away, A Weem Away. Is it In the Jungle, the Mighty Jungle, the Lion Sleeps Tonight? What's this all about? All right, let's see here. What's this last week? Are you going to dress up as a lion for Halloween? Let's take a look. All right. Or Catwoman. All right. So you've got the Death card and the Four of Cups. Yeah, there is a little bit of shaking up. We're in Scorpio season. So we've got all the Scorpio energy right here. The Four of Cups is this energy of and it's like there's this shakeup that's coming, but it's because this Four of Cups is like boredom energy. It's almost like there's like this um you see how like unbright and how bland those colors are, and then wham, it flips the switch, and then here's this beautiful, bright, vibrant neon energy. This is what I'm picking up here with this combination of the Death card, which is an ending and a beginning, a transformational type of energy here. I do feel like there's something emotionally that changes, and it's something significant triggers it with the Death card being a major arcana, and it does flip the switch emotionally for you. And it does feel like there's a bit of a change that's ignited over this week coming up here. And it might be like November 1st, Saturday, because I'm really getting the Day of the Dead, which that's November 1st, right? All Saints Day, I think, right? Am I doing this right? Santa Muerta, is that right? You're like, you're way off, but is it? But it feels like November 1st is really coming in here on when you experience this Four of Cups feel. This other can happen any time during the week, but that happens first. This death and rebirth energy happens first before that Four of Cups energy kicks in here. So I do feel like there is a significant change that happens that ignites that um, stagnancy of the emotions you're feeling. Because I feel like you've been stuck in the same emotions, and now this thing happens that just blows away the dam that, allows the flood to open up and things to flow. So exciting. I wonder what this is going to be. I don't know. They won't tell me more than that yet. But that's what's coming, I feel, for you based on current energies there. So many blessings to you, Olivier. Right. Let me grab these other. We had a couple more readings come in. Let me grab these. All right. Oops. All right. So, Mika Khan, hello, hello. You are up next here. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And what do you need to work on exactly to manifest money and sales? I was in DS. All right, let's take a look here. So, what exactly to manifest money and sales? Okay. So, what can you let me? All right, these two. All right. Wow. So very interesting. You have the King of Pentacles, so you do have money and sales. The King of Pentacles being like one of the big um abundant energies that's there. But with this High Priestess and the King of Pentacles coming in together, the High Priestess energy, she steps away. Of course, she connects with spirit, looks behind the veil, but what's coming in here is diving deep into the emotions, because there is this message the King of Pentacles comes in. There's two that are coming in. Two big things that the King of Pentacles learns through their journey, because the king goes through the entire Pentacles deck. So they've gone through all the adventures of coin and the outside world, and they're pretty wise on how it all has worked, because here they are on that side of it, right? But the one is like the 10 of Pentacles, which is an energy of gratitude. And the King of Pentacles itself is an energy of gratitude. But one of the things is, instead of focusing in on what I don't have, because when I focus in on what I don't have, that means I'm not grateful for what I have in this moment, because I'm focusing on want and need, which is an energy I don't have enough, which is I don't have energy, don't have converts over to lack, right? So if I'm focusing in on I need more, I need more, I need more, what that actually does is pushes it further away, right? So this is the first thing the King of Pentacles brings in is the attitude of gratitude and coming into the now, not to the future, the fear of the future, or out to the outside world, what people think, or blah, blah, blah. It's all coming into this moment, connecting with Creator, the universe, whatever your higher power is, and going, I'm so grateful for this that I have in my life right here, right now, and this that I have in my life right now, even what I have had in my life. I'm so grateful that that was in my life and that you brought that in my life. And I remember this abundance that came in. I'm so grateful for that too. Sincere, because energy don't lie. We can't pretend and go, oh, I'm so grateful for this going. When am I going to get the stuff? When am I? Because that energy is what's pushing it away. It's about sitting sincerely with gratitude inside about what we're grateful for, right? So that's the 10 of Pentacles energy. The Four of Pentacles energy, and this is where the High Priestess comes in. Because the Four of Pentacles, he learned that when he defined his worth by the outside world in the three buckets of relationships, situations, or things, meaning our possessions, our bank accounts, which would be the sales and money, and our bodies. These three we're taught to look and define ourselves by those, but when we do, we feel unstable because all of those things are unstable. The High Priestess with this is saying that there is all everything points us back to our self-worth. Retail price is what we is all that stuff in the outside world, how we feel we're defining ourselves, um, what we feel we're worth to people in the outside world, right? And that's part of that. Depending on how much money I have coming in sales, that defines who I am, what I'm able to have, what I'm able to be. But that's all the outside unstable stuff. It all points us back inward and upward to find the only stable thing in this realm, which is inside of us, the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. The high priestess is taking us into visiting where our drive for our worth in the outside world came from, and also some beliefs in lack, the fear of abandonment, the fear of not having enough, the fear of not being enough. This high priestess energy comes in here because those are the two things that will keep us from having abundance come in is believing I don't have enough. And so I'm focusing on wanting more. That pushes away our energy, pushes it away. But also getting down into our inner child, which is that's where that high priestess is taking us into the subconscious world of what are these beliefs that maybe I'm not even conscious of that are below the surface that I have to work hard to get abundance, that I don't deserve this stuff until I've done this much, right? This out of balance rate of exchange that we can look at. So I feel like those things are two things that you can work on exactly that help transform things for you. So hopefully that makes sense, Mika. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Well, we went deep, didn't we? Hey, Toucho Love. Hello, hello. Nice to see you today as well. I hope you're doing well. You're actually up next. Let's grab your timestamp at 1:22 even. 1 hour, 22 minutes. Hello, hello. So, can we see what Spirit has for you today? What should you look for? All right, we'll take a quick sip here. Cheers to you. All right. So, what does Spirit have for you today? What should you be looking for? What? Keep your eyes open. What do they want to guide your head? Like, look over here. Let's see what we got here. All right, you should get three cards. So, you got here the Eight of Cups. Little journey, a little adventure here. And there is this. We'll look at that one first, and then you got two cards coming out here together. But one piece of this is it's like doing an emotional inventory and really looking at the relationships where you're investing your emotional energy and to be aware of those that are out of balance, that are where you're giving consistently 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy into a relationship or maybe more than one, and they're only giving 10, 20, 30% back. If it's an adult, children are different, but if it's an adult, then it's like you're keeping that alive. And um, you can either go, yeah, this one needs to go, or I can at least go back to 50% and we'll see if they make up the difference. And if they don't, the relationship will drift apart. And then you get that emotional energy back. There is something about they're preparing you for love here, because when I saw this, I saw some of these planks need to be replaced, and you can't put the new things that are more fitting for you till the old ones are removed. That's what our heart does. If it doesn't have enough emotional energy, because we're already investing it in all these places with relationships and maybe even emotions, that energy that we're using to keep emotions down from the past that we haven't looked at yet. Those are two places that this Eight of Cups has us look at, right? Emotions below the surface that we've been holding on since we were 7 years old and younger. We didn't know what to do with. So what do? We stuck it under the carpet, right? Like, my mom She was the oldest of 11 children, and when she was young, they would some of her brothers and sisters they would sweep underneath the rug, and then they would end up moving the rug, and then it was all there, and they're like, "Why don't you just put it in the the basket?" But that's kinda what's happening here, right? It's like, no, we can deal with those things, and, that helps us build up that emotional bank because our heart won't allow a new relationship to come in if it feels like we're almost bankrupt in our emotional energy. So it's about getting back emotional energy so that you could invest it in a new relationship or a passion project too, if you're already in a relationship. You also have the Four of Swords and the Justice card. And this is all about mental awareness here too. Because the Four of Swords is about it is a not emotional, mental stability energy. And then the Justice card is also about balancing thought and belief and story here too. So I feel like there is some challenge, I guess we can call it, around, well, a belief that I'm supposed to always be close to all my family members, let's say. That we have a belief that you're always supposed to, no matter what, even if you're the one giving 90% and they're only giving 10, that's what you're supposed to do. This is about challenging whatever belief this is about these out of balance relationships because we feel we're battling against an opinion that, well, I've known them since I was like in grade school. I'm supposed to still be close friends with them. No, people change and you can change with that too. I feel like that's this energy here, like it's questioning the belief that's keeping you kind of imprisoned in relationships that don't serve you anymore. And you know it's time to let them go, but because of guilt, feeling like you will be um, you know, held in contempt of court. Not like legally, but, more like, "What will people think?" kind of energy. Are people gonna think I'm, a mean daughter or sibling or whatever if I don't interact with them to the extent that they all think I should? And that can also be friends, it can be coworkers, whatever relationships these are, that's important, but there's also that emotional, down there. So hopefully that makes sense and resonates for you. But that's what they have right now for you. Touch o' love. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Ken. Hello, Ken. Let's grab your timestamp and apologize if you guys' names are different. YouTube has gone back to using the at sign IDs instead of the ones that you chose. These are the ones that were, we kind of chose them in the beginning, but it's we can have a different name than what we originally chose. So apologies if your name is different. You're like, Brother Zen, it's me. All right. So we're gonna call you Ken though. Are you a Palladian or what are you? All right, let's take a look here. So are you Palladian and is there anything else that you might be used to? Because you can be more. That's the thing with star seeds, right? Oh, I love that touch of love. Well, hang in there. I can chop, chop, chop. But the thing about star seeds is, you know, we as a soul, we have so many expressions. I mean, millions of different expressions, different human lifetimes, different dimensions. We were elements, animals, plants, even just on Earth, so many things. But we're also members of a lot of different star seed collectives and different planets and different dimensions, different universes. The amount of characters that we play that we're able to play at the same time is astronomical. That um, chances are we've been around for a very long time. That we've played different parts and different characters in a lot of different collectives, right? Um, so technically, we are high vibrational souls just below the vibration of creator so that we could be separate and look back at the creator and allow them to experience themselves through us. And we, being like the creator, wanted us to experience ourselves. So we're like looking at the creator seeing through our eyes, seeing themselves to understand themselves more. We also, all these billions of different, expressions of ourself to look back at our higher self to understand it. So really, this is who we are. And we have a bunch of, different expressions in this dimension, in this universe. So, yeah, you're Palladian, but you're also a bunch of other things, right? But were you originally was your first expression in this universe Palladian? Let's find out. I feel like that's what we'll ask, right? You got the Queen of Cups. I don't believe so. The Queen of Cups is this empathic being. Um, I feel like your first expression was more of a water planet, a water being. Um, what 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 planet is this? I- if the Sirius Starseed Collective resonates with you, because there's that big Syrian Starseed Collective, and they have collectives within the big collective. They've got it's like made up of a bunch. Reptilian, right? I was gonna say that, but I feel like Reptilian is like one that you've been in, but they really drew me into this planet that was in. You have Sirius B is the big sun now. I think whatever the small star is, it had planets on there, and there was a water planet among that system before it got sucked up into the when that sun went supernova. And you lived on that's where you started off, and it was a planet that was mainly water, and they had like whale, dolphin, but highly evolved water. I was gonna say waterfowl. That's not what they're called, but water beings. And that I feel like that's where your first one was. Though I feel like you have been Palladian and you have been um, reptilian, whatever that reptilian starseed collective groups, because they were all evolved in different places. What else were you here? You have the Ace of Wands and the Maiden of Cups. Yeah, so here again, Page of Cups and the Ace of Wands. This is confirming here for me because I'm really feeling with this Ace of Wands is this fire energy that burned up the the that planet. It consumed all the planets in the solar system when it went supernova. But they all knew it beforehand too. They were very evolved collectives. It's like if we were at a higher vibrational fifth dimension, fourth going into fifth dimension, we would know that our sun, that because we so in energetic connection with our sun that we knew that it was going to expand, and we would already evolve and vibrate higher where we don't get like burned to death. The energy just expanded and went and all joined together. So it wasn't a painful traumatic experience, but I do feel like your first one had to do with that water planet, and that you were on with there. Sirius Sirius A, right? Sirius B is the big one now because it's a binary star system, right? So Sirian, I feel like that was your first, here I am. But then you've been tons and tons of different expressions throughout this universe alone. So it's like, yeah, it's like if I was born in Wisconsin, but I only lived there a year, and then I've lived all over the place. I don't have I don't consider myself a Wisconsinite. You know, I'm a member of the world. It's like you're a member of the universe. Hopefully that helps, Ken. But it's it's fun to look into our past lives and other dimensions, understanding about who we are and who we were. But, you know, and that helps us kind of contrast this experience as this human. Um, but because I can totally geek out and dive off into a whole bunch of different places myself, but spirit likes to bring me back and go, "What's important is this human life you're experiencing. Live that the most." It's like looking back over all places you've traveled, but you're not living and enjoying where you're at now. It's like it's okay to reflect, but let's not go spend so much time in that. Remember to live your experience now, which I'm sure you are. But it's a good reminder for all of us to we can get so caught up into astrology and so much stuff, trying to figure stuff out. And but it's like taking a bunch of pictures when you're on a vacation. They're like, when are you going to enjoy the vacation? I'll enjoy it later when I look back on the pictures. It's like, put the phone down and enjoy the vacation we're on, right? That's funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ken. Hopefully that helps. And that is what they have. So many blessings to you. I think that's everyone. So we've completed all the free readings and the donation so far. So if anyone else is here that hasn't already had a free reading, if you want a free reading, now's a good time to throw your question out there. If anyone wants to dive deep into any donation readings, still open for that too. You're welcome, Ken. And while we're waiting, I feel like we're waiting for people to show up. So, what I'm going to do, I feel like I want to pull from this Voice of the Souls Oracle because I feel like we have some people from the other side that want to come through. So, if this resonates, this is collective for all of us, but um, this can resonate for more than one of us because this is a message from our soul. From it also includes a message from our spirit guides. I was like, what are they called? Our spiritual posse, and then also an entity from the other side. And sometimes groups of entities, like if there's like someone that wants us to forgive them, or that's important for us to forgive them, there might be like three or four of the same people come through for the message for all of us. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, so let's take a look here. Who wants to come through and chat with us all here? All right, boom. Wow, flying out. I don't know if you guys saw that. Yeah, we got communication. They do want to talk to us. Number 10, communication. Beautiful card. Let's see what we got here. So, your soul wants to say, and this is your soul talking to you, it says, to talk to me, you need to talk to yourself. The time has come to write, like write. I know you have trouble expressing what you want and feel in words. So write or draw if that's easier for you. While writing and or drawing will benefit your grounding, they will also be moments of meditation to help you pay attention to yourself. You need to listen to yourself, letting important things rise to the surface of your awareness. Deep down, you know what lies dormant, but part of you feels unable to hear. You are afraid of pain, suffering, or disappointment. What I have to say is for your well being, happiness, and serenity. You need to talk to me and yourself. Let yourself be in touch with these words and thoughts. Interesting. Then your spirit guides want to tell you there is a key that can help you open the door to your inner and spiritual communication, the number 11. So, whoever resonates with, if you're getting a lot of number 11s, it can manifest in different ways, but 11, the number 11, will help you establish a new connection to your throat chakra. Through this new connection with yourself, you'll be able to communicate with us. Be gentle, delicate and compassionate in your words, not to us, but to yourself. Communication will help with your work related projects and to free yourself from certain family patterns. You will need to choose the right words to release old conflicts. For now, we are manifesting through the number 11. When your throat chakra is better balanced, we'll be able to communicate more frankly with you. We await your new connection and have faith in you. Wow. I love that. And then the entity. This is someone from the other side that you knew in this lifetime who's passed and is on the other side coming back to talk to you. So it says, communication was not my strongest quality. I may have been rather clumsy or silent. I may have also said things I didn't mean. Yet we can positively forge new ties through communication. Today, I'm trying to communicate with you via words. You may see the same word repeatedly. That's me. I need to tell you some things, just like I hear everything you have to tell me. Loving someone is important, but passing love on to them is just as essential. You may have doubted my feelings and emotions, but my love for you was and will always be powerful. Communicate with me what you feel. Express all that matters to you. Hold nothing back so you have no regrets. Be compassionate in your words, but also take a step back when words are too heavy. Talk to me, but especially forgive me. Wow, how did I know someone's going to ask for forgiveness? I sometimes feel your anger, which I accept. I invite you to release it. And they do that for our sake, not for their sake. They don't need our forgiveness. But, it's like we can choose to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's, what we perceived as their actions or non actions, their words or their silence. They mentioned silence there too. That we can pour out that pain and let that wrath go because we're doing that for us so we can vessel of pain. So I love that. So a nice little message for whoever that resonates for. All right, everybody. Well, I don't have any other readings right now. So we'll give it just another moment here. I feel like we're waiting for someone. They keep on going, no, no, not yet. I'm like, don't let the elevator doors close. Keep it open. Someone's coming down any moment. So while we're waiting, I'm going to uh, pull an ancestor spirit for us as a collective. So whoever resonates with this message, this is for you too. Right. Nope. There we go. All right. What do we have? We got the nature spirits. Ooh, beautiful. So it's elves, fairies, and rock formations. Interesting. So, okay, I'm gonna murder this. The Huldafolk, maybe it's Huldafolk. The the O has a little asterisk at the top or whatever. Or hidden people of Iceland are strangers who live in mounds. It is thought that they connect with humans through dreams, telepathy, and direct communication. However, most people are not able to see or communicate with them. So small, brightly painted wooden doors are placed in front of rock formations or boulders where they are thought to live. Anyone who climbs on or disturbs the Huldefolk's rock dwellings are said to experience bad luck. Uh-oh. They might express their anger and dissatisfaction by causing natural disasters, crop failures, or illness in humans and livestock. However, when they're happy with humans, they can bless farmers with abundant crops, favorable weather, or smooth seas for sailing. That's interesting. The ancestors speak. They say to connect with the Huldafolk or elves, go into a quiet place in nature, especially somewhere with boulders or rock formations. Sit quietly, psychically protect yourself, close your eyes, and pay attention to what you feel. You may be surprised at what you experience. You may even see light orbs floating around you with your physical eyes or your third eye. See if you notice any movement or shadows around the rocks. Be open to receiving messages from the Hultefolk. And when you're ready to go home, respect the natural environment by thanking the local elves. I love that. So I saw the little candle moving to our right over here. The divinatory meaning of the card says pay attention to what you see and sense when you're out in nature, particularly when you're around rock formations. As wild as it sounds, you're being called to connect with the nature spirits and elves in your area. Respect the wilderness as a home for beings seen and unseen. And this card may suggest someone doesn't want to be disturbed. Respect their space and let them come to you. Interesting. I love that. So that's for us all. Maybe we'll go out into nature, find out what's going on, right? Thank you, Ken. Was I born like that or learned to listen? Yes. It's a good question. Um, part of my intuitive abilities comes through my birth chart. I have a stellium in Pisces. Pisces has a natural it's like they're the ones that connect to the spirit world, and everyone has Pisces in their chart. You can look and see where Neptune is in your chart. They roll over Pisces, but the 12th house, whatever we have in our 12th house, is how we connect to the spirit world too. I have a moon in Pisces, which so empathic abilities and all that. So we've got all this kind of energy that is there. We all have psychic ability. We all have intuitive abilities. Um, because we all have access to it. Some just based on your birth chart, you might have like an easier ability to do it, but everyone can work at it and have strong intuitive abilities. But the other piece, when I said yes, learning to listen, that's very astute of you to know that because, of course, growing up, we have so much fear energy, right? So much, and it's very loud and noisy. Lower vibrational energy, loud. It's hard for us to hear the whispers of spirit when we have so much noise, right? So, um, I've learned to listen by raising my love vibration because the frequency of spirit is that is, unconditional love, joy, laughter, gratitude, peace, laughter, all that stuff. That's the high vibration, the frequency at which spirit speaks. So if we're in lower vibration, loud, noisy, it's like being in a loud bar with the blaring music. You just see their lips moving, but you're like, I can't hear you. But if we learn to turn down the fear noise in our life by, doing things to calm ourselves, question our fears, release ourselves from our fears, and then also raise our love vibration, doing both of those things allows us to hear more clearly as well. So interesting, right? So thank you for asking. I appreciate that. And here, this is who we were waiting for. Hey, Crescent Moon. I was done with everything, and Spirit had me do a couple oracle for all of us because they told me someone's coming. Wait, and here you are. So hello, good to see you. Third eye, private eye. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. So as soon as you have your question, I know, right? They had me I was, the analogy they gave was the elevator doors were closed. I'm like, "No, open it up. Don't let it close. He's about to come in to catch the elevator too." So, I love that. So, take your time, your question there, or questions, and we will dive in there. But I love that question, Ken, and we can all develop it. It's just a matter of, lowering our fear because that's so distracting and so loud we can't hear spirit. Um, and we do that by questioning thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us, that are rooted in fear, emotions rooted in fear, energy that's around us, clearing it away. Even clearing our physical space of things that when we look at it, like if, um, like this candle holder down here that is holding this candle. It's actually, say it was my third ex. um, I bought it with them at the store, and I wanted it when we split up, and but there's no negative energy around it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. So there is that, being aware if something, if we walk by it and we're like, ugh, but I don't want to get rid of it. Maybe we need to, because we want to surround our energy, even feng shui, the way we open things and get rid of clutter, it helps things flow. There's all sorts of intuition more so, uh, for ourselves, right? There's no right or wrong way to raise our vibration, as well. So fun info. All right. Absolutely. Your ADD SAG. The ADSAG. Almost sounds like some sort of government secret thing, right? All right. So crescent moon, let's grab it here. Look, you had 151.51 is your timestamp. I love that. So thank you for your donation. And let's take a look here. So today, Saturday and Sunday. All right, we got to do our cheers. So cheers to you. All right. So let's take a look here. The Sagittarius for today. Okay. All right. So we had one, and then these three are under the surface. Okay. And then for Saturday, we do have this one with three more under the surface. Well, they got a lot bubbling below, at least those 2 days. Yeah, the ADSAG. We need the 411 on the ADSAG. All right, what about Sunday here? Okay. Well, we got three up there and one underneath. So things switcheroo on Sunday. Interesting. Hey, Debbie. Good to see you. Love and light to you as well. Under the surface. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck overall for the 3 days, we've got the Nine of Cups. Nine of Cups energy, of course, is an energy, dream come true energy. But this feels weird. Go figure, right? Yeah. So we've got three, three, and three. So they're showing me 3, 6, 9. The 9 cups are split out over 3 days. And this has to do with them trying to find emotional fulfillment. Let's see what this is all about here. But it feels like they're on this. It's an inner adventure. The nine with the hermit really standing out. So they're really focused in on their inner self kind of energy. Hmm. All right. Right. So for today, we do have the Seven of Swords. Yeah. Here is this feeling of betrayal. But this is like they're becoming aware of their own mindsets that betrayed themselves, that kept themselves from opportunities. So something really became very evident, kind of an in your face moment where they realized it's been me all along that has kept me from stepping forward and living my dreams. I'm the one that sabotages myself. So, real awareness of self sabotage today. And it feels like as I'm stepping into their energy of today, like I had an opportunity to do something and I wanted to say yes, but I really don't have the time. Maybe so and so would be better for that kind of energy because of that self doubt, this thing. And then they kick themselves for not taking that opportunity. Interesting. Let's see what's below the surface with this too. Got the Seven of Cups, all this emotional confusion, energy that's coming in here. We got the Five of Swords, yeah, the battle between the head and the heart, and the Seven of Wands. Oh my gosh. So the desire to want to be true to their authentic self, but not here, right? We got three sevens and a five, very conflicting energy, very blocked energy. Yeah, and I feel like it's more the post energy of, damn it, why didn't I say yes to that? And then it suddenly clicked. I felt this several times before, and they were like, it's me. I'm the one that keeps saying no when I want to say yes to opportunities. Feels like more work, but it can also be emotional and relationshipal. That's funny. Um, it's like they're making up words now. It's a relation nipple. It's like, whoa. But I feel like they recognize it most at work, but all these sevens, three sevens, they're really, um, they're really seeing this pattern. And that's the sevens. I see the pattern and the conflict between their head and their heart. Their heart wants it, and the mind goes, no, we can't. So they're really recognizing that kind of energy there. So interesting. So that's kind of where they were at today, realizing this aha of today. And it makes sense to a Scorpio season. We've got the snake here of the cups, which Scorpios, they start off as scorpions and then they evolve to snakes who shed their skin. Then they become eagles and eventually phoenixes. So I do feel like there's this aha kind of energy for today. Interesting. So we'll see here. We'll go on to this next one. Hey, Simran. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to make a donation, you can do that. We're still open for business. If you want a free reading, just put your question out there, and we'll circle back around for that. All right, let's see here for Saturday. So tomorrow, yeah, Three of Swords. Expectations equal disappointment. So I feel like they're really in AdSag style beating themselves up for the disappointment, really being disappointed in themselves. I should have gone for it. I should have gone for it. It's too late now. I can't contact them and say I want it because they already offered it to someone else. Blah 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 blah. Chatter, 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 chatter going on inside of their head, right? So a little bit of expectations equal disappointment energy coming in here. And this makes sense. They're unfolding because what is my dream come true? Here's my obstacles to my dream coming true here. They're realizing I'm the one that keeps me from my own dream. I'm the self sabotager. I'm the mole. I'm the mole in my own within my own organization. Well, now they're bringing in. I don't know if you ever watched Austin Powers, but there was a person with a big mole, and the scene is when he's going molly, 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 molly. That's funny that they're bringing that in there. All right, I don't know what that means, but below they're their own mole. I'm the one that's sabotaging myself. Interesting. It's good. It's good revelations, But of course, they need to get beyond it. Maybe Sundays when they turn it around and they stop beating themselves up. But we'll take a look here. Below the surface of tomorrow, yeah, we've got the Leo, the strength energy coming in here. This wanting to step forward, wanting to have the courage to step forward instead of letting fear rule my decisions. We got the temperance. Here's Sagittarius. Um, Temperance energy being I almost feel like this is like that energy being true to their self. Like I want to step into my sadness, not my sadness, but my sadness, and know and trust that things are going to unfold, that just need to keep going. And that perseverance energy is kicking in. And so I feel like Saturday, like halfway through, they beat themselves up for just half the day and they start transforming their energy a little bit here. Yeah, because they move into Jupiter, who rules over Sagittarius, into the Wheel of Fortune, going, everything happens for a reason. This is for me. Um, and this is a good learning experience. I'm learning from this. And okay, it's not a mistake if you grow from it. So I feel like they're telling themselves, kind of coming in there. So I feel like that's kind of their energy that they're going with for today and tomorrow. We'll see about Sunday if it changes here too. Hey, Jojo. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Good to see you. All right. I do feel like things change, and that makes sense because it feels like halfway through the day and Saturday there turning their frown upside down. They're changing from sadness to sadness, which Sagittarius are very usually upbeat, fiery people. If something's not, you know, focusing and getting them down, right? They're usually upbeat, joking, laughing, hilarious, bright light kind of people generally, unless something traumatic has happened that's overshadowed that in their life. But generally, I think that's where they come with sanguines, right? Sagittarius, maybe. Because I think sanguines are a personality of upbeatness. If I'm picking up what they're putting down here, but I do feel like things change on Sunday. To say all that, so on the surface, then what is bubbling up here? Yeah, Three of Cups, joy, 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 and celebration kind of energy coming in here. So I like that. Brittany is the set. And then we have the Three of Wands, a change of direction with new information. All these threes, creative energy, and the Empress, major arcana number three, birthing, creativity, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, um, allowing positive emotion to rule instead. So I like it. Definitely Sunday changes into this energy, creation, nurturing, not beating myself up. I'm treating myself. I'm creating. I've got a new sense of purpose and go, go, go energy coming in. And underneath the surface, we do have the Maiden of Cups, the Page of Cups, happy, happy energy. So emotion at a higher level, a new level that is coming in there. So I like that. So it seems to be, that and that's interesting. 333, we had 333. There's this pattern of 333s adding up to the 9 of cups. So like this is important steps on me stepping forward towards my dream because I'm learning about I'm the one that sabotages myself. I'm the one that has to get me out of this. I'm the problem. I'm my own problem, but I'm also my own solution. So I like that. Interesting. Well, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Um, Again, I feel like this is mainly work related because I feel like they're really defining themselves by accomplishment right now. And even the Nine of Wands, oh my gosh, and the Nine of Swords. So we had Nine of Cups, Nine of Swords, all these 999s too. Nine, which is in German. But there is all this 9 energy, 9, 333, 999, 777. A lot of repeating patterns, and I feel like they're seeing these things. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. All right. Well, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in around the Sag for these 3 days for this weekend. What else? What else? What other energy around the ad sag? What else? All right. Nope. 3 cards. 1, 2, 3 cards. Again, 3 cards that wanted to make themselves known here. We'll see which one resonates. But we've got the follow the white rabbit. I feel like that's going to be it because that's number 3. Oh, you can't make it up. And then forget who you are. And a 9, curiouser and curiouser. Oh my gosh. Isn't that crazy? But we definitely, uh, we're going to, the first card is the number 3. So obviously this is the card for this one, right? So let's see what we got here. So it starts off with a little blurb from Alice in Wonderland. It says, dot, dot, dot. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of his waistcoat pocket and looked at it and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it. And burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after it and was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. That's such their energy. It's not a squirrel, it's a rabbit. Chase the follow the white rabbit. What popped into my head, follow the white rabbit is a scene from The Matrix when Neo, when he first, because it says follow the white rabbit, and then the person shows up with a white rabbit on their shoulder, and so he ends up going out, and that's where he meets Trinity, right? So interesting that they talk to me in movies a lot because I've been a movie fiend in my life. So they talk a lot through that. So hopefully that might mean something. They are the one, the chosen one. All right. So something out of the ordinary happens nearly all the time. Most days, if you are aware, awake and ready for adventure, there will be an opportunity to change your life. But for this to take place, you must follow the white rabbit. You must go after whatever it is that excites you, inspires you, and entices you. This is the energy of their reading, right? That they saw the white rabbit and they felt the urge to follow it, but then they didn't. The white rabbit does not go to Alice and ask her to accompany him. It is up to her to notice what is taking place. She does not think about what to do, nor discuss, sit, or ponder. If she had done so, the opportunity of entering Wonderland would have been lost, perhaps forever. Wow. It's such that energy. It's crazy. When Alice sees how strange and extraordinary this rabbit is, she leaps to her feet and she runs. She engages with the opportunity and goes after it. When this card comes, you're being advised that something interesting is about to happen. And when it happens, be ready to go after it with all your passion, all your might, and without hesitation. There's that hesitation, right? And this is it's the little interesting thing that's going to happen is what like that Wheel of Fortune. This did happen for him to bring this awareness, so that this very important opportunity that comes next, they will go, I want it, because they realize I'm not going to go through everything I did over this weekend. I'm not going to beat myself up. I'm going to go for it. And this is what changes stuff. Again, this feels work related. Um, be awake and aware, which they will be now. Uh, wonder at what will happen next. And when the extraordinary takes place at the heart of the ordinary world, be ready to leap to your feet and run toward enchantment and adventure. Wow. Yeah, and then the divination is a wondrous opportunity is going to break through your ordinary reality and give you the chance to change your world and your perception forever. So this is a huge change for them. So an important energy. You can't make it up. Follow the rabbit. Curiosity meets opportunity. Beautiful. All right. So that's what they have for that one for you. We will circle back around for your number two here in a moment. We're going to jump over to Johanna. So, hey, JoJo, let's get your timestamp here. You were at 2:10:10. Look at there with the repeating numbers again. I just love that. So, there you go. Thank you for the little unicorn horsey here. And what do you need to hear today from Unicorn Land? Brittany is a Sagittarius. You're welcome, Olivier. All right. So let's take a look here and see what you need to know today. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate it. Yeah, I had a feeling both you and Crescent Moon were on your way because I had finished everything and then they had me do two Oracle cards. And I'm like, but they want me to hold the elevator open because someone's coming. And then here you guys showed up. I'm like, there you go. So Spirit was having to hold the elevator for you. I love it. All right. So let's take a look here. What do you need to hear today? All right. Got two, and you've got one. You've got one here. Got this one. This one made itself known in that one. Okay. All right. Well, there's a pathway unfolding here that's going to end up leading you in a different direction than you had originally intended because you got the three of wands on the bottom of the deck. You do have the wheel of fortune and the three of pentacles and the ace of pentacles on the bottom and the seven of wands. So all this, you got all this energy here. And the three of wands, of course, is a change of direction, but three of pentacles and the seven of wands are both energies about being true to the authentic you. The wheel of fortune, of course, is for you. And even with that 10 energy, with the ace of pentacles, there's a new opportunity that is opening up that allows you to go in a direction that you didn't think you would go in, but you are, right? Thanks for holding the elevator open, right? Not push close, 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 close. No, no, sorry. And then you stick your umbrella or your hand in. Psh, thanks for waiting. No, I will always hold the elevator. All right, let's see what this is about here and see what information comes in. So you got these two cards first here. You got the 10 of swords. Yeah, here's letting go of expectations. Another 10 card that's coming in here. So interesting there. Also, the ace of cups. Yeah, look at that 10 and ace again energy. So something that is about self-love and allowing you to be true to yourself, letting go of all this, what are people going to think and that's what the 10 of swords is. It's I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to what everyone wants of me. I'm going to be me. I'm going to be the chalice that I am. I'm going to fill up and overflow. And, you know, there we go, right? So I like this. Again, it feels like that energy at the bottom of the deck about being true to your heart, not your mind. Clearing out these things from your mind, allowing you from your heart to move forward there. Um, this is leading you to the Lover's card. Yeah. An important partnership, but it doesn't feel like romance. This feels like an important connection, is the word I'm looking for. An important connection. This does feel like towards your dream energy. And again, it feels like this is an out of the blue connection where you bump into someone. Um, they're reminding me, didn't you bump into like one of your childhood stars somewhere? But it feels like that. They're bringing that back out of the blue, saying like you're going to bump into someone and talk to someone and they end up giving you like a card for someone to talk to. Go, yeah, here, reach out here. Let me give you the name of my agent or the name of this person. They would, I think that, and I'll let them know that you're going to call them. Because I think that you would be fun for this kind of thing, right? So I like that there's this important connection that opens up here. And it's about you being true to you and not going, "Ugh," you know, it's like, well, I shouldn't go up and talk to them. No, be you. Go up and talk to them, you Leo. Let your fire go, you know what? They're going to love me. I don't want them to miss out on the opportunity of interacting with me, not out of arrogance, but out of confidence. Yeah, I like this kind of energy here. You got the Knight of Swords, yeah, because movement of communication. The Knight of Swords is about, you know, um, again, movement of communication, talking. Again, this is getting you into contact with someone with this Knight of Swords. But it's important. The important piece of this is not to second guess your urge to go talk to them because you're going to be like, oh my God, is that so and so? I'm gonna go say hi, and of course you'll do it in your lovely way that you do things, right? And you'll do the, I'm so sorry. I know that if I was in your shoes, I would hate it that would people come up to me. But I just have to tell you, I loved you in that movie or that play or whatever it is. Or I love your music or whatever it is, whoever it is, you're like, I just have to say, big fan, big fan. And, you know, "Oh, really?" And then conversation kind of unfolds, kind of that kind of energy. I like that. Which leads you to this. You've got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, you got all these emotions, all this, yeah, I like this. I almost feel speechless a little bit. So prepare. I like that. Prepare now. You have the 6 of Swords. Leave old ways of thinking behind. See things from a higher. Move from choppy waters to calmer waters. Choppy communication to clear communication. It's almost like they're saying, go through it in your mind. If I meet someone, what would I say? How would I say it? And what are questions that I would ask them to create conversation about them? And it's not that you have to know who it would be, just it's almost like you play it over in your head to where you, like, pick different people that you would, um like, the people that are your favorites, and if I came across them, what would I ask them and say to them? Because I feel like playing it over in your head makes you it's like practicing a speech over and over again. If you haven't practiced it the first time you say it, you stumble over it, but if you practice it, then it'll be smooth, and that's what I feel like they're saying here. Because your emotions will, oh my god, even have a note card, have it in your purse or your wallet or whatever that you can be like, let me rip it out. Okay, okay, center. Now let's go. That's funny. You can never. You only make a first impression once. That's funny. That must be your fairy godmother. And you have the world card of victory, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So all of this is supported here, about being true to yourself and this ending and beginning energy again with the world card too, being the last card in the major arcana, the beginning of new. Um, so it's to prepare for this. And that's interesting because they're saying when you put the mental energy into it, like you picture it here happening, you prepare for it mentally, you when you're going over that, allow your emotions to feel the emotion of like the excitement. Allow yourself to feel it with your emotional energy. And then you're taking physical action, writing it down on a note card, even saying it out loud. Yeah, you're learning your lines. Um, that all that energy is what puts it out into the universe and draws it towards you with gratitude because you're taking mental, emotional, physical action, which allows that energy to pull it out there and to pull you in that direction, pulls them towards you too. So interesting. I'm excited for you. That's what you needed to hear today. Boom. Wonder who it's going to be. No, I'm getting giddy. But let's see what your Alice fortune cookie says too. Speaking of Alice, hey Alice, how are you? Good to see you. All right. All right, there you go. Boom, right off the bat here. You've got find the lesson. Look, bumping into people at the party. Discover the purpose in a situation. Trust that you are learning. Find the lesson. Card number 29. So it starts off saying, perhaps it hasn't one, Alice ventured to remark. Tut tut, child, said the Duchess. Everything's got a moral, if only you can find it. I like it. Everything has a purpose, if only you could find it. And you're like, yeah, there's always a purpose for everything. All right. Says Alice is struggling to find any meaning in what is taking place in Wonderland, particularly when she is at the court of the Queen of Hearts. She's puzzled, confused, and feels very much like complaining. The truth is, there is a lot for you and Alice to complain about. People are not cooperating with each other. There is a great deal of disorganization and chaos. People are quarreling and not getting along. The volatile nature of what is taking place can make you feel like there is no sense to any of this at all. But, as the Duchess points out, everything has a moral, or rather, everything has a lesson within it. And this is the struggle for you right now. Rather than forcing yourself to find the lesson, the better approach is to trust there is a lesson. Trust that you are learning and that this experience will come to be valuable in time. It is a very strange and trying place to find yourself in, so be patient with yourself. Understand that it is natural to feel frustrated, impatient, and confused, but trust. Trust there is a reason for this, and in time you will come to know the purpose of this bizarre, topsy turvy, and very trying time, right? The divination is about upheaval, quarrelsome people, disputes, antagonism, and confusion, uncertainty about the purpose of a situation, feeling frustrated and ready to complain. Let it go to the universe. Ask the universe for clarity and trust that time will bring in an understanding of the lessons this uncomfortable adventure is teaching you. I also want to review the reversal that says, the reversal of this card amplifies the confusion you may be feeling, a challenging time that feels very unfair. There is a reason. It may be too hard to even begin to contemplate that there could be a higher purpose to the situation right now. Give yourself a little bit of space and be patient with yourself. Don't struggle to find the reason. Just find the way to make it through what is happening. I like that. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, wow. I know, right? I love that. So there we go. Shaka, shaka, boom, boom. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. I'm excited to see what is this that's going to unfold. Oh my goodness. All right. So we have that here. Let me just take a look down here. All right. Okay, let's grab your free reading here. I'll just also put it down here. You are very welcome, Jojo. Oh, okay. Yeah, just a side question before we jump into your reading here, Crescent Moon. You said, have we heard about the S1 Atlas flying around the sun's orbit Some people are saying it's a comet, others are saying it's aliens, others say regardless of what it is, it will cause. Oh, is that? Oh, major sun flares that will cause disruption and distraction. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can make that your free question if you want. I wouldn't mind pulling cards for that. So we can let's put it up here. Yeah, we'll put it up there. We'll see what spirit says here. Yeah, that's good for all of us to know anyway, right? All right, so good question. All right, so let's jump into your other reading. You got 225, 25. Well, you had 151, 51, and then 225, 25 for your second one. I love it. You just gotta love it. Boom. There we go. So thank you for your additional donation. And you'd like a follow-up read on the end of October, mid and end of November, mid and end of December. Okay. A tower moment, energy check on the tower moment and communication. Okay, yeah. We'll see what we got going on. Let's take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. Yeah, the end of October, this last week. Can you believe next week is already Halloween? All right. And the end of October. So, end of October energy. Just the one. All right. The mid and end of November. Read on the end of October, which takes us into November, right? And then mid November. Get more of the mid here. I do feel like this. And then the end of November. And then the middle of December. Okay. And the end of December. All right. Just that? No, this one too. Okay. It's like, where's the tea? Maybe not much is changing here. We'll see here. Cheers. All right. Um, Overall, I mean, all this energy of the King of Swords, lot of thinking, a lot of training, a lot of mental activity, a lot of planning, a lot of clarity coming in over these next 2 months. Oh my gosh. It's crazy that what 9 weeks is what we have left in 2025. Whoosh. But I feel like there's a lot of planning just in general, a lot of mental work. But let's take a look here. So the end of October, we have the 8 of Cups. So there is an energy here of walking away from emotions that don't serve me anymore and moving into the unknown. And this 8 of Cups comes before the 9 of Cups, right? So the 9 of Cups that we have with, this energy of the previous reading of them wanting to move forward toward their dream. The 8 of Cups is they're letting some old stuff go because they know they need to make space for new things. So it just feels like this last month is they're trying to let emotions go, which makes sense because that's kind of what they were feeling, here this weekend. A lot of that emotional stuff, they're wanting to let it go and, you know, get it get it gone. So they're trying to move past this so they can move towards their dream. And this does feel more and it doesn't feel like this is in reference to like the two of you or anything like that. This feels like they're letting go of these emotions they have against themselves. Kind of like a self-forgiveness energy. I forgive you for being the mole. All right. That's funny. All right. And then middle of November, we do have the 9 of Wands. Here's that 9 energy coming in again. Below the surface, they have the Ace of Cups and the Six of Wands. I like this because the Six of Wands is about a victory and it's about flow, and the Ace of Cups energy here is about self-love and filling up on the inside. This Nine of Wands, I feel like more of an aha energy that they're getting the first and second week to bring him into the middle of the month, that they're realizing this wall they kept on hitting again had to do with my self-love. And I like this because there's this flow and this change that allows them, like with the Nine of Wands, it's like this wall that they weren't able to get past before. They see the power, the self-empowerment that they have, and this Ace of Wands is glowing. They're able to take it, and because that's their power of their energy, which creates a space for them where they can just walk through, not effortlessly, but with intention, that they're able to push forward, really step in like that Leo energies they're showing. They're finding their courage to step forward in the middle of September. Again, this feels very work related still. I feel like they're super focused on that. And then we come into the last part of November, Thanksgiving. Something's coming in with Thanksgiving, right? Let's see. Yeah, the Empress. Here's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creation. I'm seeing the cornucopia, right? Is that what that's called? With all the fruit and stuff stuck in it. Um, this feels like creation. This feels like nurturing. This feels like a lot of emotional energy coming up because the Empress rules over all four queens. All four queens gift their emotional cup energy that they all have to the Empress, plus the Queen of Cups gives another one. That's 5 parts emotion. 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air, right? So a lot of emotional energy coming in that Venus energy. Love energy feels like this is when it's a very auspicious time where this could be where they act upon their emotions and the feelings that they get of togetherness and family, um and they just have all this energy. And this feels like where one of the opportunities of them reaching out would be around Thanksgiving, because there's something around Thanksgiving. Do you guys have histories of Thanksgivings or something? It just feels like I think of Thanksgiving, I think of you for some reason is coming in, but we shall see. All right. And then we move the cornucopia again. Did we mention that before? Oh, there we go. Boom. All right. There we go. All right. And then we've got the middle. So the first couple weeks of December up to the middle, we got the Knight of Swords. Yeah. So there is movement of communication with the Knight of Swords and the Hierophant. Interesting energy, seeing things from a different perspective. But again, Taurus energy of the Hierophant is ruled by Venus. So I do feel like here again we got this Venus energy coming in with the Empress and then the first couple weeks into the middle of December. So it does feel like there's this energy here of the continuing communication and then seeing the heart and seeing things from a higher place, coming in here. A lot of clarity being gleaned in here as well. Hmm. Right. And then the end of December. What do we got here? The King of Pentacles, King of the world. King of Pentacles is about abundance and gratitude and fullness that comes in here. Let's see what's below the surface here because we've got the Chariot and the Ten of Pentacles. Wow. Ten of Pentacles is relationship energy. And we've got Cancer, Moon, movement, victory, choice energy coming in here. What is this energy? I'm just going to sit in it for a sec because I feel like I'm at a crossroads where I'm like, and this is going back to opportunity. Am I going to sabotage myself? Um, because there had all this abundance and all this choice and all this moon energy is bubbling up a lot of emotional energy for him at the end of December. And it feels like a fear of not being enough, not having enough. But they're just like, am I going to let this sabotage me again? You know? Um, and I like this that they're being brought to this point here. I'm gonna pull I'm gonna pull a tea, a spill the tea. I can't believe that I didn't use this yet. I got this spill the tea relationship. Curious about the truth? Let's spill the tea and uncover what's brewing. So let's see here. It's a very interesting deck, but we'll take a look here and see what comes in here, right? So tell us what this is about. Can we have some clarity around this? Okay. Anything else? There we go. No, it is between you guys. This communication with the Knight of Swords. This is specific to you guys. What do we have here? We've got silent understanding, unspoken understanding creates a deep connection. Interesting. And then unexpected news, unbelievable news will shatter your expectations. What? But I feel like it's in a positive way here. But it's interesting because when I saw the silent understanding, it's like I'm letting my expectations go and I'm not putting pressure. I'm just going with the flow because expectations makes the ad sag run. They don't like expectations because they see it as um, failure. Fear of failure ignites. So I like this. And without expectations, that's you have unexpectation news, which shatters your expectations, which is great because you might have them, but you don't focus on them. Because when you focus on them, that's what brings in black, right? But I feel like this is a great learning experience for you through these months too, because you're letting expectations, more and more expectations go and sitting in gratitude for what is instead of focusing on that. And so it shatters your expectations because you're like, I don't need them because when I focus on them, I get the lack. But when I don't focus on them, I get the abundance instead. Interesting. But I love those for you. So we'll put those back in the deck over here. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. But I do feel like this is communication between the two of you. So interesting. Interesting, interesting. King of Swords, too, a lot of clarity, a lot of communication. That Knight of Swords is also bringing in a lot of clarity, which is right after Thanksgiving, the first couple weeks into December. Just a lot of clarity, a lot of communication that brings clarity. But I feel like an important thing, which we talk about, but it's always good to reinforce the the amount of abundance and movement and um, fullness of the interactions between you two is directly in proportion to how many expectations you don't have. I love that. All right. So we'll take a look here. Hey, Moonlight. Hello, hello. Hey, Miley. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. All right. So let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here, too. Interesting, interesting. Nope, none of those. What else about this period of time? All right, here we go. Keep your temper. Don't allow anger to rule you. And anger comes from expectations, disappointment from expectations, right? So I like that. Let's see what it says here. So it comes from, first of all, from Alice in Wonderland, the book. It says, "Come back," the caterpillar called after her. "I've something important to say." This sounded promising, certainly. Alice turned and came back again. "Keep your temper," said the caterpillar. "Is that all?" said Alice, swallowing down her anger as well as she could. But that is because she expected it to be more, is that it? So I like that. Yeah, absolutely. So it says, when Alice is confronted by so much strangeness, so much sadness, right? So much that is unlike what she is used to, and even her own self is changing this way and that, she finds herself running very short of patience. Indeed, she starts to become angry. When we're thrown this way and that by life, uncertain of what will happen next, and there are no straight answers to our questions, our tempers can begin to fray about the edges. Are you getting angry? No, you're not. We may become irritable, short, and less patient than we would be when all is familiar and comfortable. The caterpillar's advice to Alice is very good counsel indeed. For Alice to make her way through Wonderland, and for any of us to make our way through life, we must be wary of our temper taking over our good sense. It's natural that Alice is feeling out of sorts. She's contending with the uncertainty of her size because she was getting bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller and regular size. Um, she's contending with the uncertainty of her size and the loss of the sense of self she has relied upon all her young life. She needs help, but to get help, she must be patient with the caterpillar's slowness, the the Cheshire cat's nonsense, a rabbit that doesn't see her for who she is, and even more curiousness. If Alice reacts and grows angry at the creatures within Wonderland, she may never make her way through to the other side. Good reminder. Keep your temper, Alice. This is not to say that anger is wrong or unnatural, but when we're seeking the help of others, it's best not to get angry if they do things a little differently. Yeah, right. Acknowledge your irritation quietly to yourself. Do not deny your response, but know it is important for you to continue to find ways to communicate with those about you. Growing angry with them would serve no purpose at all except to make you more lost and isolated than ever. That's funny. One of your cards was quiet, it had quiet in it, right? So that's interesting that that's being referenced here. The divination says being pushed, running out of patience, feeling like people about you are not cooperative, evasive companions, and bothersome circumstances. The need to keep your temper cool and in check. Remind yourself you will go far further when you harness your power and use it at the right time, which is, by the way, not right now. The reversal of the card says unleashing, saying whatever you wish, lashing out, expressing anger and frustration, heated conversations, an unwillingness to remain calm, believing aggression will create a breakthrough, feeling entitled to express emotions without a thought for consequences. That's a good reminder. It's like, yep, mind your temper, Alice. That's good for you to know, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your additional donation. I greatly appreciate that. Fun adventures in Wonderland. All right. So let me just take a look here. So I grabbed those. I grabbed those. Let me grab my Lees real quick here while I know where I'm at. I'll add you to the free list here. Okay. All right. So we have one more coming up for you, Hannah, for donations. And then Moonlight, you'll be up after that. And then if I don't have any other donations, then we will start in on the last of the free readings. I completed all the free readings except for just Alice and then Crescent Moons, your interesting question about the Atlas, and then My Lee. That's the only ones I have remaining so far. Right. Yes. Okay. So Jojo, you are up here. In fact, you are at 245.45. So you had 210.10 and now 245.45. This is crazy. Just crazy. All right. So thank you for your additional donation and the piece of fruit. It's always good to have a snack. So funny. All right. And then you said, are we going to see again with O? All right. So are you going to see O again, right? All right. Take a look here. I'm just going to take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. All righty. So based on current energies, are we going to see O again come across your path? So can we have anything about, I feel like this is what unfolds. I do want to grab here a when card here too. When might this be? What can we know about the when? Okay. Ooh, and then let's do a spill the tea too, right? Since this is about kind of relationship kind of energy in a way. Okay, you got those two. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Nine of Swords, which this is nightmare and insomnia energy, fear energy that's here. I do feel like there's some expectations that are coming up around this, but in an interesting way. Let's see what is this energy here, Jojo, because we've got it's kind of this subconscious kind of underlying one about what does it mean if I don't, and the fear of what will happen if I do, but also the fear of what will happen if I don't. But it's some of it has to do with the definition of it's like this little inner child of this is happening to me. Like I wanted it's funny. I don't know what this is. Maybe it's as a little child, you were like, I really wanted to become friends with them and be so we could play, but then I never saw them again. And there's this underlying fear of someone that I really wanted. They ended up not wanting to play with me. They ended up playing with someone else. There's something down there below the surface. I'm not sure what all that is, but that's the Nine of Swords. Um, yeah, let's find out. Is O gonna come across your path again? You got the Eight of Wands and the Ace of Cups. This does feel like yes, because the Eight of Wands is unexpected and quickly out of the blue, and the Ace of Cups is an energy more of like happiness. Um, and it's like, hey, I like that kind of energy that comes in here. So I do feel like it's going to come out of the blue, out of nowhere, and it's going to be sooner than you would think as well as you hear a knock at your door. I'm just kidding. not coming over where you're at because we're asked where does this happen? You have the Maiden of Wands, which is the Page of Wands, and this is an energy of somewhere where you're seen, where you stand out. What's below the surface here? The Five of Swords. What's this conflicted energy below the surface? Tell me about this Five of Swords. Where is this? Mm, yeah, wherever this is, maybe this is at work. It's somewhere where because you're conflicted because you're like, I really want to like be able to carry on a deep conversation and really something, but I can't because I'm at work or I'm somewhere where I can't take the time I want to take with them. But it's somewhere where you're seen and you're out and you're at an activity, you're going and you're like, gosh, there's like that. I want, why now kind of energy that comes in here. But it all unfolds for a reason, right? Um, let's see with this the when energy. Yeah, the devil card, the Capricorn work energy here. Um, I don't and it I don't feel like it's December 22nd to January 19th. That's Capricorn season. But I do feel like Capricorn is important here and possibly let's take a look at our little handy dandy calendar here. Because I feel like we go into Capricorn, the moon goes into Capricorn Sunday, well, here, Sunday afternoon. Oh, wait. Yeah, Sunday afternoon. So that must be what Sunday evening for you, right? Well, you can look it up. When does the moon go into Capricorn where you're at? Probably late Sunday, early Monday morning. And it stays in there until, what, Tuesday night? Or probably for you, Wednesday afternoon. So you can check it out there. But it definitely feels like, it has to do with that, but very much about work too. So it feels like you're while you're working, and that confirms it here with, the double card. So I love it. I love it when a plan comes together. Um, let's look at your these cards here. Confession. Ooh, someone's about to confess their feelings for you. And testing limits too. Here's the timing. Someone is testing the limits of what, and then examining how you react under pressure. I don't feel like they're testing you, but this time pressure confirms what I'm talking about here. It's like they do confess that I really like you, and you're like, "Oh God, not right now. I can't do it right now," you know, kind of energy. But there is the timing is horrible, is which makes sense with everything we've talked about, right? Let's see what unfolds here with these other 3 cards. You do have the Emperor, got that little Aries. I need to decide what I wanna do. You have the 4 of Cups, all this 4 energy, the Emperor number 4, the 4 of Cups. This I just feel like there's this change, this spark of energy. Yeah, and the Knight of Wands too. A little bit of passion gets ignited here. And the emotions, it goes from being like this, where it feels like not as beautiful and vibrant as this. Whoosh, it's like this changes this Aries energy, this action energy, this stability energy, but this Knight of Wands energy too, this little fire kind of uh, takes hold. So it does feel like there is a little bit of strong connection here. But that's interesting that they make their feelings known. But again, it's bad timing. Oops, almost put them in backwards here. So we'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but that's interesting. Interesting, interesting. Let me just put the T back into the T deck and the Wen back in the Wen deck too. All right. Come on. Don't be. Okay. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here around it too. Interesting indeed. Indeed, I say. Let's see what else we got here. All right. What else about O? Set your course. Interesting energy. Know where you wish to go. Have a plan, the right direction. That's that emperor energy. What is it that I want to do? Have my plan, and there you go. It's all about planning. Again, right? Like bumping into someone that's going to put you on a connection. Let me do the script in my head. So now I'm going to do the script on this one too, right? What do I want and how am I going to say it? Then it will go smooth. Plan for that you're not going to have a whole lot of time and say, how would you tell them? I don't have time right now. That's going to be rude, right? It's like, oh my God, I wish I had so much time to be able to talk you with this. Can we meet later? What are you doing later? How are you going to do it? Say it out loud. Practice with your dog. Anyway, it says here from Alice, would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? That depends a good deal on where you want to get to, said the cat. I don't much care where, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you go, said the cat. That's funny. If you don't know where you want to go, then you don't have to plan. But you need to know where you want it to go so you can plan it, right? Says Alice, like so many of us, wants to know which way she ought to go. You too may be asking yourself, which way do I go? Which way do I go? What direction to head in? This can include questioning what your sole purpose is or asking for advice from others on what you ought to do, which way to take your life, what decision to make, and what you need to do next. I like this, like your fairy godmother, she's saying, right? What is your purpose? Is this a distraction? No, it's good practice. That's funny. She had to come in, right? Alice is rather lost in Wonderland, and when we are lost, it's only natural to ask those who seem to know more than we do for advice on what we ought to do and where we need to head. But as the Cheshire Cat points out so cleverly, the right direction for Alice depends on where Alice wishes to go. It is the same for you. So now you must spend time focusing your thoughts toward knowing where it is you wish to get to. Once you have a better idea of your desired destination, the ambition you wish to achieve, or the dreams you wish to create, there she is, your fairy godmother coming in about the dreams. They always do. Then you'll know what to do. Until you know that, it will be very hard for anyone to offer you any advice at all. This also applies to the advice you give to yourself. Don't flail out and don't be at the mercy of other people's advice or opinions. Ask yourself what you want to create, do, achieve, and be. You can then seek the very best advice and head in the best direction for you. The divination says, know where you wish to go in this life. Set goals. Write a wish list of accomplishments, realizing that to bring your dreams into reality, you need to know what it is you want to do, be, or create. The refusal to be flotsam, wow, it's a new word for me, Flotsam. So that's the refusal to be flotsam any longer. Strike out in the best direction for you. The reversal of the card says, unable to set a course, drifting, saying you're going with the flow, but allowing others to send you this way or that, asking for guidance without knowing where it is you wish to go, refusing to plan or prepare, and then feeling confused as to why you seem to be stuck or thrown this way and that. Almost feel like a cat in a hat. Yeah, great advice, right? I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your additional donation. Always an adventure, isn't it? All right. So many blessings. All right. And then we have here, we've got Moonlight, also known as Summer 27. Here is your timestamp. You're welcome, Jojo. And then thank you for your donation. And the trees, the forest. I love it. And so sleepy, but you still have to ask. Digging, 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 and digging a grave, maybe. That's funny. Good night. Sleep well. All right. So you want to know here, did NN actually get jealous on the phone today? And how does he feel about not showing up when he said, told you so, right? Picked up some energy a little later in the evening, felt sad and worn out. Okay. And we'll take a look here. See if there's anything else. Okay. Let's take a look, see what we got here. Right. Stepping off the elevator. Ding ding, we reached your floor. Fourth floor, mattresses. Sleep tight. You're so funny. All right. So, did NN actually get jealous on the phone today? Let's look at that first. You're stepping into their energy. In that moment, were they jealous on the phone here? Okay. Don't want that one. Don't want this one. It's interesting. I got like a message just of it felt like not so much jealousy, but insecurity, which is really, they're like, which really is the root of jealousy. But I feel like they jumped over jealousy and went right to insecurity. So, not that that's something to laugh at, but it's just funny how spirit is bringing it through. Um, so how does he feel about not showing up when he said he would? Failure, loser. That's probably how he feels. That's what I'm seeing in my head. But let's see here. What are their emotions here? I do want that one, and I do want this one. Yeah, this little puzzle. Okay, and then what else? I feel like this is like, well, what happens next kind of energy based on current energy. Yeah, it's interesting because we have the 10 of cups and underneath that the 3 of cups and the maiden of cups. Well, definitely a lot of emotional energy, right? All that cups energy, but it's joy, joy, happy energy underneath the surface here. Because that's the energy below it all here. I just feel like, well, we'll see what this is because I feel like there is a bit of, well, I know. But um, the ups is kind of a third party energy because I still feel like they didn't show up, but they were with someone else. We'll see if it's, well, we'll see based over here with what unfolds after this, but it does feel like, I don't know if it's romantic or whatever. I just feel wherever they ended up going, they were having fun with the people that they were around with. Because the 3 of Cups can be also community, but it also can be third party. But we'll get more into that. I feel like we'll clarify here. But I feel like the underlying energy is that they chose their happiness, and that's why they again this fickleness, right? All right, let's dive in here. Did they get jealous on the phone? This is where we felt they would just went to their insecurities, right? Wow. We've got opposites. We've got the King of Swords, who's the master of the mind, 2 parts mental energy. The Queen of Cups, 2 parts emotional energy. I feel like you, of course, would be the Queen of Cups with your Cancer sign, deep emotional energy, and the King of Swords would be them totally in their head and totally not being able to connect to emotion. It's like this you guys are very different. And we've got the Wheel of Fortune and the Queen of Pentacles. You know, the this is all about security, right? Um and I feel like we've looked at that before, right? This feels familiar anyway. But the Wheel of Fortune is like abundance and seeking abundance. The Queen of Pentacles is about nurturing and all that. So the insecurity, it's not so much jealousy as it is that insecurity where they're like, well, I want what I can get from you. I don't want anyone else to serve. So that's not so much jealousy as it is like, I don't know, what is that, right? It's insecurity. Like, I don't want you to take away I don't want someone to take away what I deserve. It's selfishness is what it sounds like, but interesting energy. I don't know if I like them for you, but that's your brother Zen, your older brother Zen. How does he feel about not showing up when he said he would, right? Ace of Swords. Hmm. Two of Swords. What ace, two, this progression. Do we have the Three of Swords? No, but we have the Three of Pentacles. And then the Seven of Pentacles, which is phases and timing, right? Wow. You know, you deserve to be treated differently than this, of course. But they're like, there'll be new communication. We'll you know, things will progress. One, two, three, and Seven of Pentacles. Eventually, this will blow over. Is the kind of energy I feel here. Oh, we'll just, one, two, three. It'll just unfold. We'll get back to where we were, but this Three of Pentacles about I got to be true to my authentic self, and if there's conflict, we'll work it out. I'll eventually get it back. There's like this false sense of I deserve what I want, um, and you'll wow, you'll fall into line. You'll do this. Little do they know, do they? It's like they don't even know you. Well, maybe did they know you before? Because that happened to me. In fact, I think that's one of the things I'm gonna talk about in my next podcast. Someone that I used to, you know, be a yes person. Whatever they wanted, it was yes, 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 yes. And then that was in high school, and then and shortly thereafter, and then they moved away. And I, what, 20 years, 30 years later, I hadn't seen a whole lot of them. I was going to go visit them, and they thought I was going to be a yes, yes, yes person, and there was conflict. My little power, and I had changed, but they didn't know I had changed. So they were expecting me to be yes, yes, yes. And I was like, no. And they, it happened, right? So I feel like that's kind of what's going on here. Let's see what else unfolds here as well. We got the Six of Cups. There is this feeling like they wanted to return. We got the Two of Wands. Let me see what this other one is here. And the Five of Wands, this conflict energy. And I knew we were going to ask about the Three of Cups energy here. And I do feel like the Six of Cups does feel like someone from their past. And this Five of Wands is about group and community. So it's like it's a both the Three of Cups. And that makes sense that it's They wanted to hang around with a group of people, but also there was someone there that has returned, and they were getting together, and they really it's like an old flame kind of energy. They wanted to hang around with everyone, but especially they wanted to hang around with this other person too, it feels like here. And this Two of Wands is two flames, energy here. I don't know. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings. Oh, actually, let's grab you a tea card here. We'll get some tea, and then we'll pull your fortune cookie and see what's coming in here. I don't know. I like that you have boundaries and that you are picking up on all this stuff and that you're like, you know, NN is a no-no. That's gonna be their initials now. NN stands for
No means no.
end.
No, 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 no.
Their middle name is No too. No, 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 no. All right, let's see what this spill the tea card says, and then we'll take a look here. So, what else can we know? What advice do you have for our sister? Just one. That's what we have here. Bridging differences. Wow, is there cultural differences bringing both challenges and growth? So, and that makes sense. There is this big bridge between the two because we got that in the beginning that you're very more emotionally based, right? And they're very mentally based, and the building the bridge in between the two, um, kind of energy coming in here, right? So it feels like work. You'd have to build a bridge between the differences. I don't know. Like you said, you've kind of felt sad and worn out, but I feel like that's your sadness and your worn outness. You're just like, I'm just tired of this. We've got the right way, learning to create what you desire. What is that, a frog? It is a frog. How many frogs do you have to kiss to get a prince, right? Let's see what this comes in here. So, from the Alice in Wonderland, it says, "How am I to get in?" asked Alice again in a louder tone. "Are you to get in at all?" said the footman. "That's the first question. Oh, that's what the footman said. It was, no doubt, only Alice did not like to be told so. Ooh, okay. So it says the frog footman really does get to the heart of things. When we're pondering how to make a life dream happen or how we are to get in through or to the other side of whatever issue is facing us, we might wonder if we're meant to get in at all, as the frog footman puts it. We can spend a great deal of time pondering our destiny, wondering if something is meant for us, and sometimes giving it up to fate, proclaiming if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Alice has a different approach. She doesn't ask if it is meant to be, she asks how it will be done. This practical approach may not seem so spiritual to some. Are we not meant to go with the flow and see where life takes us? Here, Alice knows what must be done and sets out to discover how to achieve it. When this card comes to you, this is just what you must do. You know what needs to be done. You know in your heart what you want to do, what needs to be done. And now you just got to find a way to do it, right? Do not wonder if something is meant for you, nor leave it in the hands of the gods. Instead, think of how it can be done. What practical steps can you take? How can you approach the problem in order to solve it? Off with their head, like the Queen of Hearts, right? You were the Queen of Cups. What action can be taken? And what advice can you seek? There is always a way through to the other side, but passively waiting and waiting and waiting for it to simply swing open is not as powerful as actively figuring out the puzzle and discovering how you are to reach the other side. So, ask the questions, seek advice, look again from a different angle, think of the how. The divination says wanting to get through to the other side of a situation, a desire to walk through a gateway or a life transition, to become an insider rather than remaining on the periphery, wanting to have an impact, to be included, to be part of activities, and have an influence on the world, a willingness to learn step by step. The reversal of the card is leaving it all up to fate, waiting rather than acting, philosophizing rather than doing, being dreamy rather than practical. So, hopefully that brings some clarity for you, but that's what they have there for you, uh, Moonlight. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. So, um, up next, we will have Crescent Moon. Hey, Shanji. Hello. And then we will go to Ankita for yours. And if I don't have any other donations, then I just have 3 free readings left. But I'm going to run to the little boys' room real quick just because we're at 3 hours. I'm not sure how much longer we'll be on. But that coffee went right through me again. I need to like maybe drink. Maybe my lemon water wouldn't go through me as fast. But I'll be right back. All right. Thank you guys. It's much better. Now I don't care how long we take. All right. So we will jump in there. Hey, Shanji. Hey. Oh, thank you. And then I do see you had a donation come in. So we'll grab you on the list of donations as well. All right. All right. So Crescent Moon, thank you for your additional donation. So here's all 3 of yours here. Boom. All right. So let's take a look here. Third Eye, Private Eye, deep dive read on when the thoughts, feelings, ADD, the other ADSEG communicates and the type of communication they share, please. All right. Okay, so on the when, let's take a look here. We'll confirm here too to see if we get that confirmation of the mid to late November. We'll take a look at that. And then we'll do some more spill the tea on the type of communication that they convey. So just that one. All right. Let's see. And then the thoughts and feelings that they convey in the type of communication. So let's see here, their thoughts. Let's shuffle these up again here. Got to buckle up and anchor in before I go into that mind. So let's see here. So much activity. Thoughts, thoughts, thoughts. Thoughts. Four thoughts. Feelings. Like one card. A half a card. No, I'm just kidding. We got two, but one is underlying energy. Let me redo this here. We'll put these over here. We've got the thoughts. Then we got the feelings with underline. There we go. This is what they need to do with their mind. It was all scattered. They need to take their ADD meds so they can organize. Which I know from an ADD person, telling that they need to organize is unfair and such a lack of understanding of an ADD mind. It's like you can't. Their brain works different. You're like you organize it on how many tracks or whatever you want to do. You do you, boo. Right. All right. So let's see here. Type of communications they share. Okay. 1 and 2 and 3 and underline. Okay. I know, right? You got the bottom of the deck, you have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree. All that phase and all that energy. And that just reminds me of that last card you got. Frustration. I know it can be, right? It's like, when? But and I imagine by now you know that's something that you're gonna to have peace with if you want to not end up burying them somewhere in a desert somewhere. Because if not, you're gonna end up killing them. All right. So let's take a look here. Let's look at the when first. Let's get confirmation here to see if that comes in here. Yeah, we have look at that 2 of Cups, energy. It has May 28th to June 21st, but when, um, when the dates don't when the months don't add up and they don't feel right, they have me put my finger over it, and it's the 28th of one month to the 21st of a next month, which this feels like November 28th to December 21st kind of energy that's coming in here. I embrace partnership and harmony. Emotional choice energy. Let's see what your tea time says here. Yeah, this is probably known. Attachment issues. Issues of attachment, either excessive or fearful, may arise, which we knew that, especially with the 2 of Cups, they have a fear of commitment and more so around being a failure and having someone like I get attached to someone, they're gonna leave me because I'm too much. Wow. They must have had someone say that to them more than once. "You're too much. You're it's not worth it." Kind of energy. Wow. Wow. Okay. So here's their thoughts, the thoughts that they communicate, right? Yeah. So the thoughts they communicate, yeah, Queen of Pentacles is the mother nature, mother nurture energy. But this is about birthing, creating something. The Maiden of Wands, the Page of Wands. We'll see what these other cards are here, but this energy that I feel coming in does feel like I want to build upon something that was started before, but it's like I want 2.0, not 1.0. I want the upgrade. I don't want the old because I'm different, if that makes sense. We also have the Three of Cups. Yeah, joy, celebration, something about a third party situation before. And I feel like this goes back to you're not enough. So I found someone else. And that this is that kind of energy that comes in here. And the Seven of Swords. Yeah. So here's the self-sabotage energy that we had from that first reading. That the belief that everyone's the same, that people will cheat and people will do that same thing. They're realizing, like, I don't want that old way of that insecure me, that the old fear of that and allowing that to sabotage it. I want to create something new. I want add Sag 2.0. That's funny. All right. The feelings that they communicate, we got the justice. Here's the rules the house of relationship and the balancing of relationship under the surface. Yeah, here's that Hierophant with that Venus energy that we got there as well, that they want to see love from a different perspective. And both of these are energies of seeing things differently from a different perspective, a higher perspective, a wise and knowledgeable perspective. And so it feels like even their emotions point back to the mind with this here. Interesting. Well, we'll see here more about what type of communication they share here because I feel like that's where they're coming from, but they're very still, and it made sense. Didn't we get like or was that to someone else? We got the knight, I mean, the King of Swords, really from seeking clarity. All right. So, what type of communication? So interesting, right? Queen of Cups. So, here is the deep dive into emotion. Wow. So, definitely talking a lot about of hidden emotion. It's almost like High Priestess energy, moon energy, which is revealing emotions that existed before. I feel like there's really big honesty that comes in here about their fear. This is what has happened before in the past. And with it, this Seven of Swords and the Three of Cups, third party situations and those things. And I feel like they're just really honest because they want to not hide things because that's the old 1.0. They want to be the 2.0, maybe even the 3.0. Maybe there's been different versions, but they're like, I just want to be honest with where I'm coming from with my emotions. And it's like, wow, because that's such a brave thing for them to do, being that it's been so mentally not controlled, but monitored. My emotions have been mentally monitored for so long to protect myself that this is a very vulnerable communication. We also have the Two of Swords. Yeah. They talk about the battle between their head and their heart. It makes sense with this energy because they're talking all about they can talk about their mind like but the emotions are the scary thing, right? And the Maiden of Swords. So there we go. So there's the Page of Swords, the new ways of thinking, and here's this and this balance between head and heart is coming in with the Two of Swords, and I feel like they're telling you both of what they're thinking and how they're feeling coming in here. The underlying energy around this, yeah, is about movement of the heart. Knight of Cups. It is about romance. It is about I'm in contact with you because my heart, because my I feel for you. My heart feels for you, and I want to be honest with all this. and so that you know what's going on. There's no surprises. You know me, you know all this, and you're like, yeah, we already know all this. The cards told us everything. No, but an interesting energy. So it does feel like I'm interested in getting to reconnecting, but and I don't like the word reconnecting. I want to connect with you in a different way, a new way, an improved way, a 2.0. Interesting. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. I feel like there's more here. So interesting. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's the sharing of the heart that I have more than just friendship feelings for you, and um I just want to know how you feel too, and if this is something that you want to do. Yeah, I like this. Keeping up. TikTok, TikTok. Immense effort. Advance. Well, there you go. That answers your question. Did you use the word advance? Because it says it right there. Let's see. Let me just take a quick sip here. Let's see. So this is Alice. She goes, well, in our country, said Alice, still panting a little, you'd generally get to somewhere else if you ran very fast for a long time, as we've been doing. A slow sort of country, said the Queen. Now, here, you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. I like this reference to it taking too long, right? But it says the lessons of your life are taking place at a fast rate, far too swiftly for you to process them. It seems you are only just keeping up with all the changes coming to you. You must work very hard to make any discernible progress for now. I feel like this is their energy, unless it resonates with you too, but I definitely feel like this is their energy. You have been trying and trying to get ahead, and yet you always seem to be in the very same place. This could be in almost any aspect of life, your finances, relationships, career, or success. At this point in time, the answer is to work even harder. That's their energy. I'm working hard. I got to work harder. You will not have to do this much work with this much effort, perhaps ever again. But the only way out of your current situation is to accelerate, get intense, and push for the breakthrough that's just ahead of you. You will need to devote more time than you would wish, and sacrifices will need to be made. However, if you do this, you will push through the resistance and explode into the new stage of your life. Put all your effort into surging ahead and watch as you begin to move in the tiniest of ways ahead of where you have been. Once you take that lead, stay focused on where you're going, and you will begin to leave the place you find yourself in now. When you push through, others will recognize the incredible dedication you have to your own life. This will inspire them to push forward with their own dreams too. One thing is for sure, the intensity of your approach brooks no resistance. Your movement and energy will drive away all stagnation. Now go! Exclamation point. That's funny. So the divination is a time of very hard work, which we know they're in right now, getting ahead, determination and resolve to push through into the next stage. Now we're talking about relationship too. The urge to improve your status and be rewarded, moving quickly with strength and stamina. Whoa, a great deal to process and integrate, which they're wanting to make these huge changes. The reversal of this energy is sluggish approaches will not be rewarded. Feeling it is impossible to change the way things are, feeling entrapped by the effort required to change your current circumstance. So that's where they were at before, and this is like kind of a big piece of what they're learning this weekend, right? With what we were picking up, which is why do I keep sabotaging my life by opting not to act instead of leaping forward and going, I gotta go for it, kind of energy. But that going for it energy with work translates over into let me apply this to my personal love life too. So it's good that they're realizing that now, right? Interesting. So that's what we got, Crescent Moon. Wow, right? Always, always, always just amazing. So, all right. So many blessings. Thank you again for all your multiple donations this eve. I'm always so grateful. So thank you. All right. Okay. And then up next, we have Ankita up next, and then Sean G in the house. All right. Yep. All right. So Ankita Moore, you were at 336 even. So thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like here since it lets me. You're here. Yay. Well, if it'll let me, there it goes. There we go. Perfect. So you want to know how does your cousin, is that Payabi? How will they behave with you and your family after whatever happened yesterday? You tried to make her realize she's too young to be using bad words, and then it became an argument. You're very welcome, Crescent Moon. You're too young to be telling young people what to do. How does that make you feel when it's done to you, right? You're like, "Oh, I don't like that, Bretta Zen. Stop that." All right, let's take a look here. Bada boom. Mirror, mirror. Oh, I hate that. I hate that when you do that. Yeah. Unless you're 50 years old or older, then you're still too young to tell a young person what to do. Till you have gray in your hair, then which I have gray. Yeah, you can see it. I got gray. I get to tell people what to do now. It comes with the gray hair. All right. Oh, oh, okay. So you have permission. It's different in India. Okay, I get it. All right. So let's see here. How will she, based on her current energies, how will she behave with you and your family after what happened yesterday? After the battle ensued. Oh, right. You get blamed. You're like, I have to take responsibility because if I don't tell her, then then I'll get in trouble instead of her, right? You should have told her. I did. And then and she goes, no, she didn't. She was like, you're gonna believe. She cusses and she lies. I'm the truth teller. All right, let's get serious. I'm sorry. I don't know why I got all giddy funny, but let's continue here. So, how will she behave? Okay, let's focus on her energy. So, based on her current energies, how will she behave with the family? Okay. All right. And we want that too. Right. Yeah, we can see here. we'll see what energy comes in. And of course, it's all how, we say things. And of course, do you remember, and I know it's different, um in different cultures, but usually teenagers, none of us like to be told what to do. So some of us just are afraid to say anything because of the punishment. Um, I remember being so angry with all those hormones, between 14 and 21. It's like you don't like people telling you what to do. Of course, I also would not talk back to my parents because they would whoop me. Well, my dad, I didn't. Wasn't around a whole lot. All he had to do was raise his eyebrow, and we'd be like, "Oh God, don't move suddenly." But that's another story. I was going to start talking about my mom and the fly swatter, and uh, more of emotional. Later, she realized I'm not going to beat my children like my mom did. Um, so she would cry, and that was even worse. All right, let's take a look here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from energy, emotional energy, and relationships that don't serve anymore. But this feels more like leaving the emotions behind energy, right? You'll be beaten good, right? It all comes back. um, so we'll see here. What That's the underlying energy. We do have the Hierophant, which is looking at things from a higher perspective. Let's see what else we have. We have the Star card, which is Aquarius energy of containing emotions. And I do feel here they're like, I'm going to, it's in my best interest to contain all this, whatever I'm feeling, and let it all go kind of energy. It's because it does feel kind of that. Because Aquarius energy, being an Aquarius sun, they're water bearers. We feel emotions, but we also can put them all in our little Tupperware containers and put them away and not act on it. We can go into our head and just act and put the emotions into aside until we're ready to bring them back out and brah. So feels very understanding here so far. Let's see what else unfolds here. Yeah, we have the Five of Cups. I feel like they will pout a little bit. There'll be a little bit of this, energy of, emotional choice, and that I can still act sad and kind of like I've been hurt kind of energy, but it doesn't feel aggressive. It does feel lower vibrational emotional energy, but it does feel very contained. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, the Four of Pentacles is a solid foundation. Yeah, the Four and Six of Pentacles. It's funny because it's like knowing you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So it is a little bit of energy of this, like, um, you know, um, I am not stupid. This is what she's saying to herself. I'm not stupid. I know when I'm coming back in here that um, starting something up is not going to benefit me right now. I can contain it for later. So I feel like tomorrow or when you guys get together with the family or today, right? Yeah, that she's gonna keep it under wraps. Yeah, justice. They're gonna walk a thin line. But I feel like they're gonna pout a little bit. They're still gonna be a little sassy, but they're not gonna cuss. And they're walking a very balanced thin line for now. For now. because I feel like they know that it's too soon that that there will be repercussions, right? There will be death. That it won't be good for her. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. But it feels like they're like, all right, I'm not that stupid to, cause more today. It's too soon. I gotta pace myself out. So interesting. So will she be good with again? She used to hang out with me so much. Um, let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here. I feel like uh, stepping into her emotions, she already feels like she's um I don't know why she feels like she's ostracized already. Um, because I just feel like she feels like everybody picks on her, points out, doesn't praise her for when she does things. Everyone only points out what she does wrong. And she thought, this is her thinking, I thought you were different. I thought you were supportive of me, but you're just like them. That's where she's at right now, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Wow. This is an interesting energy about covering up, painting the roses red, covering up errors. It's interesting because in the story of Alice in Wonderland, right? She someone plants white roses, but the Queen of Hearts wants red, so they paint the white roses red to cover up an error. And this is interesting because I feel like, and this is the betrayal, like, I thought you were going to cover for me, but, um, but you didn't. I don't know why that energy's there. With a little piece of the story from Alice in Wonderland, which says, "Would you tell me, please," said Alice a little timidly, "why are you painting those roses?" The number 5 of hearts and the number 7 of hearts, which are guards, said nothing but looked at the 2 of hearts. 2 began in a low voice, "Why, the fact is, you see, miss, this here ought to have been a red rose tree, and we put a white one in by mistake. And if the queen was to find it out, we should all have our heads cut off, because the Queen of Hearts was a very off with their heads, kind of person. So it's interesting. So covering up errors. Let's read on here. It says, "We all make mistakes. Every single one of us upon this planet has made a mistake, misunderstood, done something that wasn't quite correct, and mixed things up rather terribly. Today, people often complain and want perfection. Much like the dreaded queen, they behave as if they have the right to cut people's heads off, to punish them, if they have not carried out their assignments perfectly." Right? Yeah. And then interesting, this is like her point of view is like everyone wants me to be perfect and they're always ready to cut off my head. The same applies to our soul assignments. Despite what our soul would best enjoy learning, we humans often misunderstand, head off in another direction, and make some rather wonderful mistakes. Thankfully, unlike the queen, our soul will not punish us, but we do need to do some work to make things right. While you may be tempted to cover things up and not be open about what has happened, especially perhaps to yourself, it truly is best to see what can be done. If this relates to you on an everyday level and you are working for a person who will be unkind or cruel if you do not perform tasks perfectly, then you may need to find a way to peacefully escape the situation. That way, you can enjoy white roses just as they are without fear of making a mistake or making things even worse because you feel you must cover up an error to avoid punishment. White roses are perfect and lovely and innocent, and so's your niece, right? Do not try to cover up anything within yourself that you feel is not right. For fear of being punished for not presenting or behaving to expectation. Oh my god, it is so perfect, right? Well, look at this other thing. So I feel like, you know, a lot telling somebody something for the sake of, if we're doing something to protect ourselves and we're, if, depending on how you presented it, if we berate someone, not saying that you did, but if we berate someone and you're not supposed to do that and embarrass them in front of everyone, you know, that that teenager, they will go into fight or flight mode and they'll act like a 2-year-old and lash out, right? Hiss and attack, right? But when we treat people how we would want to be treated, right? It goes back to that, right? And it's like not correcting someone in front of other people, and explaining why it's safer for them. Even talking about, hey, come here, um, I just want to, I'm watching out for you. And, you know, like cussing in front of people, right? Yeah. Well, when we all do when we're in fear, we all revert back to fight or flight mode. We all act like 2-year-olds when we're, you know, because that's why if we got in an argument with someone, only children argue, adults don't argue. Only when we're in fear and we feel we have to defend do we also revert to 2-year-old, energy. So just all of that to say, you know, look back at the situation and instead of pointing, because 2-year-olds point fingers and blame other people. Well, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have acted this way. They shouldn't have done this. But three fingers are pointing back at us. I'm going, okay, how could I have handled this differently? How would have wanted someone to do this in front of everyone, not just, you better stop that. You are doing wrong. And then you're embarrassed in front of everyone. It's like, kind of step back and see how I could have done that. And then maybe, I mean, this is just, you don't have to do any of this. This is just what I'm saying from spirit. There's no right or wrong. You don't have to do any of this. Just take it with a grain of salt. But like I could apologize to her and go, I'm sorry that I did that in front of everyone. And can we talk and just say, I'm sorry, for what I said and how I did it. And, I wouldn't want someone to do that the same way. So, can we, look at this and talk through it and know that, I got in trouble. We get in trouble if we don't mention it to you, but I don't think I went about it the best way. And how can I do that better in the future? Because I don't want to, um, you know, create a wedge between us, but I also don't wanna be killed by other people, you know, because they'll get on me, and I don't want that to happen to me, but I don't like having to get on you. So how can we do this? How can we have each other's back? You know, know your audience. Know that don't cuss in front of them because there's gonna be hell that rains down, hellfire that rains down. It's almost like approach them like you would want to be treated, right? So I feel like that's important. The divination for this card says working for or being in a relationship with someone who's harsh on those who make mistakes. And that's why you fear because someone was harsh with you, right? Feeling forced to cover up errors to avoid punishment. Fear of mistakes being discovered. Hiding the evidence as the consequences are much harsher than the mistake. Feeling that what you need to do to stay safe is no longer reasonable. Wow. The reversal of it is refusing to hide mistakes or errors. So, excuse me, taking ownership of what maybe we felt we did, that we could have done better, right? taking on a punishment that's too harsh, refusing to change something that is perfect just as it is, encouraging others to stand together, no longer fearing an oppressive societal expectation or a tyrannical person. Stand up, cuss it together. If we stand together, they can't beat us all up. There's more of us. We can beat up on them. I don't know. But take all that as it will for you there. But I do feel like their feelings are hurt and they do feel a bit betrayed. So hopefully that helps. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. So many blessings to you. Hey, Jojo, welcome back. Couldn't sleep. Oh, no. All right. Um, I do have one before you. We're going to jump over to Shanji here in a moment, and then we'll jump back to you, Jojo. uh, Such a fun experience, right? I still remember sitting at a table with, we went to visit the only cousins I ever really were close to. They used to live here and then they moved back east. We went back to visit them and we were sitting at the table and my cousin said something to his mom and his stepfather. I mean, smacked him across his face and they couldn't leave the table. He was very strict. They couldn't leave the table. So he just had to sit there. He turned beet red. And that embarrassment, I felt so bad for him. And that's the kind of embarrassment I feel like she was feeling. It's interesting, like a slap in the face. Fun times. All right. All right. Oh, and hey, Moonlight. I have to remember your name. You fell asleep, so you had to go back a little bit. Now you're listening. Oh, like a child. Yes, they were with someone. Yes, but no, not romantic. Sent me snap. Call me late. I didn't answer. Oh, there you go. And my yes turned to no, and they don't know. I love that. Too funny. All right. What an adventure we're all on, right? All right. So, Sean G, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And here's what's up here. So, you want to know what are Kay's true feelings for you? All right. Let's take a look here. So, what are Kay's true feelings for you? That's such a good question, right? Because I'm going to get all philosophical for a moment. Because true feelings, th- we we as humans have a hard time knowing what our true feelings are because our feelings are tainted by our own emotional experiences growing up. So all we can know is we can try to understand what emotions we're feeling, but so much of my feelings that I feel for everyone else are really tinted and maybe tainted with the feelings of how I feel about myself because all of our relations with other people are a reflection of our relationship to ourselves. So their true feelings, who knows? They won't um they won't live their life from those true feelings that are kind of pocketed away. They're going to be living and make choices from the feelings that they're feeling about themselves, right? So good to know. Um, so we're going to look at that because that's where the actions or non-actions and words and silence, that's where this is going to come from, right? So let's take a look here. I know. Like I said, I warned you we're going to get philosophical. All right. Scooch these over. And I do want to get a spill the tea here for you. See what else they want you to know. All right. Okay. That's the one there. We just want one. All right. It's funny because we want to start with this one. It's the circle of drama. No kidding. Your social circle is full of dramatic changes. But I feel like the circle of drama is the big card. It's like it is. It's just this merry-go-round. Just goes in circles, doesn't it? It's a cycle that constantly repeats with them. Interesting. Under on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Pentacles, which here we go again, is what I hear. Ace of Pentacles is like another new start. They always look for the new start. Oh, let's go back around. I missed, I guess I never saw these merry-go-rounds. Are supposed to be like a gold ring and they're supposed to be able to grab it or put it and then put it back on the little stump as you go around. Oh, missed the golden ring. Let me try again. Let me try again. Let me try again. Let me try again. That's what I'm hearing. Is I keep missing it, and they keep coming back around, looking for a new and then another opportunity, another opportunity, another opportunity. And I feel like it is with you too, but I feel like it's with a lot of people. They keep repeating the same cycle with a lot of people. All right, so let's see what are their true feelings. What's going on here? We do have the Three of Wands, which is a wanting to change direction with new information. Let's see what that means here. We do have the Maiden of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles. Again, another opportunity. It's like, the underlying energy is um the cycles, but here they're like, I want another chance. Again. Yeah, the King of Cups. Yeah. And the Knight of Swords. So the King of Cups is an energy of like such a compatible person, and the Knight of Swords is about the quest of understanding and gaining clarity. But it's also a movement of communication. So I do feel like I want to talk to you because from their standpoint, especially from their heart, they feel like you're such a compatible person. Like, have we talked about the five-fingered glove and a four-fingered person? They are a four-fingered person. And you fit so good, and because you're a five-fingered glove, there's even extra room for growth, right? And I feel like we've talked about this maybe before, but because I feel like, you always end up feeling lacking. Not you to them, because you are so much, but you, it's like you're a five-fingered glove and you feel empty. There's always something lacking in what these four-fingered uh, individuals are able to give. There's always something lacking there, right? So in this, they see you as, yeah, you're like compatible. Like, I know I am, but however, you're missing a thumb. Your spirit guides are so funny. I love that analogy. It sounds so wrong, but it's such a perfect picture. All right, let's see what else they have here. You've got the Queen of Cups. Yeah, here's the deep emotional um, desire that you have. That's the missing thumb. Yeah, we have the Temperance energy, the Patience, the Six of Cups, wanting to come back around for another. It's always the same thing. And nothing has ever changed. Things keep coming back around, but nothing ever changes. It's like they haven't practiced putting the gold ring on the little thing going around, so they just keep missing it over and over again. It's like, aren't you going to like practice so that you can get it on there or whatever? No, I just keep trying. Or they have their eyes closed and they're like, I think it's there. Whoosh. Like, are you going to open your eyes? Because if you open your eyes, then you'll be able to hit the mark and not have something missing, but they won't open their eyes. In this case, they won't open their heart, right? Under the surface, we have the Ace of Swords. Yeah. Always about new communication and the Hierophant. They're very sensory, but not very um, inspired to change their way of thinking. They're just kind of, I keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. And I feel like this patience is wearing out with you here. But hopefully that helps. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too. But it's the circle of drama. The circle of drama. The merry-go-round is the circle of drama. So it's time to say,
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
we need to erase some letters out of the alphabet. All right, let's see what the fortune cookie says here for this too. All right. All right. Curiouser and curiouser. Yeah, we wish. Oh my gosh. Do you believe what's on the page here? A five-fingered glove. You just can't. All right. Curiouser and curiouser, cried Alice. She was so much surprised that for the moment she quite forgot how to speak good English. Now I'm opening now I'm opening out like the largest telescope that ever was. Says when we enter new surroundings and allow ourselves to discover the wonders that lie within us, we often find ourselves feeling fascinated and filled with awe at what is taking place. When everything seems very new and exciting, we can be filled, with the kind of wonder that is most often thought to belong to children. The truth is, we can all tap into that wonder again. We can all be filled with curiosity and experience the desire to explore and discover. This is where you find yourself when this card is pulled. You might believe what is taking place is weird or odd, and indeed it may be. You might be discovering things about yourself that you would once have thought impossible or even denied. But now you know you have so much within you that you are only just beginning to know all of who you are. When this takes place, just like Alice, we grow. Of course, this does not mean you will literally get bigger, but you will be growing. You are having new experiences, and this creates an expansive sense of possibility. This can be seen, this can seem quite uncomfortable and again strange, but it is also wonderful that you're growing in this way. So you may find yourself in weird places with new people amongst unfamiliar behaviors, and you may be changing, growing, developing, and discovering. Do not fret at the discomfort. Try to stay with the wonder of the newness all about you. Open up, reach out, extend yourself, and grow. The divination of the card is new and unfamiliar places and surroundings. Again, this new, it's like letting go of the old. You're tired of going in circles, aren't you? A general lack of familiarity, a fascinating turn of events, growth amidst strange customs and people, changing as a person, new interests and talents are being discovered. I love that for you. The reversal is a lack of interest in finding out about different places, cultures, or people, a desire to stick to the familiar, woo, 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 believing you have grown enough and need not extend yourself any further, becoming static, habitual, and apathetic. Time to say,
No.
there you go. All right. That's what they have for you, Sean. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. Many blessings to you. I just want to grab something here real quick. See, we did those. We did those. Oh, maybe it was up here further. Okay, I did get Miley. We did all those. We did all those. Did those. Sorry, I saw someone else. I thought I saw someone else come in when I was in the middle of a reading. Ah, yep, Cat Goddess. Hello, hello. Let me just make sure we add you onto the free list here. I probably will. Yeah, I'm at 4 hours, but I think I was still going to complete the free readings once I'm done here because I only have like five, I think, that I didn't complete here, including Moonlights that you just put out there. We'll grab that one too. I think that's what I wanted. Okay. Got it. All right. So, whoops, let me get back up to the right place here. All right. So, Sleepless, Sleeping Beauty has woken up. So, Jojo, thank you for your additional donation. There's all your timestamps. So, thank you for the rose, the red rose. Am I the Queen of Hearts? Off with their heads. Off with their heads. All right. So, Jojo, you want to know, did you have your rebirth? Moonlight can't sleep no more either. Both of yours. Sleepless Beauty. There you go. Sleepless beauties that we have here. Both of you on the other side of the planet there. All right. So, did you have your rebirth or are you still in the grave? You've been so physically tired the whole day after some emotional stuff. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Let's all right, thank you. What else here? Okay, those, that. Do you want that one? Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. What do we got going on here? Well, at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Five of Cups. Here, this is that emotional. The exhaustion comes from the, you know, lower vibrational emotions, right? Those are exhausting. Those drain us. Because they drag us down. It's like anchors that just slow down and they just bring us into lower vibrational energies. So being surrounded by lower vibration and our reactions into lower vibration, of course, do that for us too. So I feel like they just wanted to bring that up to let you know that that physically tired, it's actually emotional exhaustion that was being reflected out into your physical body, but it is emotional exhaustion because it's such a heavy, low vibrational energy, right? Um, I feel like these other cards will be about your rebirth, but they just want to show you here. You've got the King of Cups, which is the ability to balance your head and your heart, and the Nine of Wands. This is the energy of um, the Nine of the Hermit, along with the Wands energy. It's like realizing my power to put up um, the bubble, right? The energetic block, because you do take on a lot of people's emotional energy. And I know we have something going on with, I think Neptune just went into back into Aquarius, or it went out of its retrograde and it's back in Aquarius. So it just moved back into this energy, and we just went into Scorpio season. We just had Scorpio moons. We went to Sagittarius moon, luckily, because it kicked in. But all of this energy, maybe it did go into Pisces. Did Neptune go into Pisces? Something just moved into back into Aquarius. Maybe it was Saturn. But there is all this energy, you know, kicking in. And But this is like what we were where I was headed with it all was that your emotional volume at which you feel other people's emotions is really high. And you can put in like what are those things they put on the wall to soundproof it? It's like you can soundproof your heart to where or learning the knob that fell off the volume. You can use a wrench to turn the volume down. You don't have to go find that button. You can you can use a wrench to turn it since the knob's missing. They're just showing me an old car with the knob that fell off the radio for the volume, and that's how you had to do. Couldn't use your hand because it hurt, so you'd have to use a wrench or pliers to turn it. But it's about turning down the emotional noise from other people because that's what's so exhausting because you feel your own emotions and you have your own um, subconscious emotions from past lives that are really expanded in this year. But when the noise of the outside people's emotions are so loud, your inner child wakes up and amplifies the emotions from underneath, so you're getting it in stereo from here and from here, kinda like the cat. "Oots, oots, oots, oots." You got these little things on. Yeah, right. "I don't wanna," but you think you need to. Well, um, it's good not to I mean, you still are aware, like, I have my little, um, what do I call it? My Jello mold around me. I still read everyone's emotions, I just don't feel them and take them on a whole lot. Sometimes I do. You guys know when I do, when I almost cry, and I when it comes in so strong sometimes, it pierces through the Jello, but most of the time, sticks there, I can still see it, can still touch it, and you can experience it, but you don't have to take it on. So it's not that you become unfeeling, you just remain unimpacted by it. And then your inner child doesn't rah and because they stay sleeping, right? And then you can deal with the emotions when you're ready, not when they want to scream and you have someone screaming and then someone screaming and all that, right? So I feel like that's important to know. All right. Now let's talk about your rebirth. So have you gone through a rebirth? You have the 6 of Wands. Yeah, you've had I feel like you have 4 rebirths with the 4 elements here. You have a mental rebirth, an emotional rebirth, a physical rebirth, and a energetic rebirth. And so you have had a rebirth, at least one, but I feel like you have 4 ones that you'll recognize. One that feels like a mental rebirth, an emotional. I feel like you're in your emotional rebirth period. That's why you're having growing pains around emotions. But you'll know through each one of those. You have been through one. Yeah. Page of Cups. You are in the midst of raising your emotional rebirth here with the page here. Look, you even are like you're looking at your emotions. You're peeking at them. um Yeah, emotional choice, power of emotional choice. So it is the emotional rebirth that you're experiencing right now. And the high priestess, yeah. So there's the Pisces and all the emotional Cancer, Scorpio, all that emotional energy and a Scorpio rising. Yeah, so there you go. So you definitely yeah, the Scorpio rising is the rebirth energy. And that makes sense that, and especially we even started off with the 5 of Cups, which is transformation of emotion that comes through there too. So you have had one, at least the emotional. Feel like the rebirth that you've gone through already was your mental rebirth because the letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things differently. I feel like you rebelled against common thinking at an early age, more in your early teens. And I feel like that's when you went through that mental rebirth. Even while after your mental body had been formed from 7 to 14, I feel like at 14, you were like, no, I'm not going to think like that. I'm going to think differently. I like that. Look at this. You got impossible things. You got butterflies and a butterfly rocking horse, a little dragon fairy, and butterflies. I love that. Working through disbelief, imaginative leaps, and fresh perspectives. Sounds like a rebirth to me. Yeah. And interestingly, I don't feel like you've gone through your spiritual rebirth yet. Um, Even though you've expanded so much in it, I just feel like the leap that you're gonna make spiritually is, like, such a huge thing, but I feel like not that you haven't grown spiritually and that you don't already have a natural spiritual ability and all that. I feel like your rebirth is gonna be like, "What the hell?" Kind of, um, yeah, I mean, it feels like huge, that and then a physical rebirth, I feel like that happens more in your mid-30s, because I feel like you go through a significant physical alteration. Um, Interesting, interesting. Maybe 34 because it's card number 34. Anyway, from Alice's book of the Alice in Wonderland, it says, "There's no use trying," she said. "One can't believe impossible things." "I dare say you haven't had much practice," said the queen. "When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast." Interesting. So it says Alice is correct. It is indeed difficult to believe in impossible things. However, it is the queen's viewpoint that resonates most with Alice. And when you receive this card, with you too, you're being asked to believe in something that seems impossible at present. This could be a miracle or something that seems too good to be true. It also talks of belief as a matter of discipline and practice. The queen says she practices believing in impossible things. It's interesting. Queen of Hearts, emotions, the discipline and practice of putting up a hedge, a whatever, a filter, a shield, or whatever you may call it. But it's the Queen of Hearts that says, believe in impossible things. What if you were to practice believing in the impossible? If you were to spend half an hour each day meditating on a miracle, changing your thoughts, or focusing on creating an amazing life, you would slowly but surely expand your limits of possibility. If you devoted a half hour each day to creating wonderful changes within your life, what would you achieve? Financial breakthroughs, relationship bliss, physical healings? Devote yourself to something you wish to improve. When we do this, then just like the Queen of Hearts, we too start to believe in impossible things because dedication steadily brings the impossible closer. Wow. The divination says a struggle to accept what seems unlikely, devote regular time to improving a situation, becoming better at something you care about, or changing something for the better, and then meditate on a miracle and believe in impossible things. The reversal is stubbornly refusing to believe that any kind of action can change things for the better. Denying that action brings results. I'm sorry, denying that action brings results. feeling that something is too far out of your reach or that miracles are for other people. I love that. So, what a beautiful card. A nose job? Maybe. Maybe. Is there anything on the card here? Do you want a little nose like that? It's too funny. All right. Well, that is what they have for you, my dear. They can meditate on sleep. All right. So thank you again for all your donations. I appreciate that very much. Hey, collector, good to see you. Yeah. I feel like it would more be like, you know, transitioning. No. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't. It feels like more. I don't know. It's like you decide to reshape yourself health wise and um I don't know. It just feels like a physical transformation. Eating differently, just kind of doing it's like reinventing yourself in a way, kind of energy. Just chillaction. Have a good weekend. You as well. Enjoy, enjoy. All right. So I think Pilates. You're so funny. All right. So I think that's it for donations. So I do have here one, two, three, four, five free readings left. I'm going to finish those up, and then it's been 4.5 hours, so it is time to start heading out after that. So we will finish what we have now, and then we will. I'll be back, of course, tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. What time is it? It's 10:30. Almost 12 hours from now, I'll be back for my morning session, and then I will come back in, of course, the evening, 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain, and then also back on Sunday. So fun, fun. All right. So let us jump in here. So we've got just Alice. Hee hee. I know it's usually just Alice. They are using the at signs again. So I don't know what that is going there. Night, night. Bye bye, JoJo. All right. So just Alice, you want to know, can RJ still see your Instagram story post even when I'm in a private account mode, or can he only see it when it's public? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, just from my knowledge, if you are following them, if you're following them, then they might be able to see your stuff. If you're not following them and it's a private account, they can't. So let's take a look here. What he said. Got the 4 of Wands, the 5 of Wands. Yeah. Wow, look at this progression. You got the joy, and then you have conflict. But yeah, there is this progression here. Um, unless they look at it, if you guys have friends of friends, someone might show them um what you're posting. That's what this 5 of Wands is telling me here, that that they can see it that way. Um, but otherwise, it's safe and secure. So if you're following them, they can see it. Um, because I have my host, she was like, "Why did someone that?" Because she has a private account, and someone messenger and mentioned something that's on her screen, and I was like, oh, she goes, "All my information is on mine." I go, "Are you following them?" And she goes, "Yeah." So they were able to see her stuff because she was following them. Um, so unfollow them if you want to, unless you want it private, unless you don't care. But there's always the chance if they're friends with someone that has access to your private account, they can still show them on their phone. So there you go. So hopefully that helps, Alice. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Crescent Moon. I love this question for you here. So this is for the free one here. Put that here. And you want to know you're talking about that the atlas that some people say is a comet. Some people think it might be an alien ship. Regardless, they're wondering if it's going to cause disruptions and distractions from October 29th to October 31st. Let's take a look here. So, is it going to influence the um, sun flares? Right. Let's take a look here. So, one, I just want to ask: is it an alien ship? We'll see if they'll let us know. And then, is it going to cause impact with the sun flares? Nope, they don't want any of those. So we got the five of wands energy here. Wands energy is fire. It is so there's it's not an alien spacecraft. It is a fireball with the five of wands, which represents conflicting fire energy, right? Absolutely. I know this should be good, right? Then is it going to cause any disruptions here? We have the King of Wands. It's going to block out the sun. We're all going to die. No, I'm just kidding. No, don't go away. That's interesting energy here. Um, because the King of Wands is a fire energy, but it's interesting this because the King of Wands energy is we control what happens in our world. Each of us lives in our own little world, right? Um, and I do feel here um, that it does affect our sun because of the energy that it has near it. But I'm really seeing this as the dark side of the sun. That's funny, but it's funny. I actually follow on YouTube, a gentleman called Earthmaster. He does morning and evening updates on earthquakes, on like movement of like storms, also asteroids and the sun. What's going on with solar flares and stuff? What they showed me is because one of the things that he shows is a picture of the sun on what stuff is pointing towards Earth, but they also have the stuff that's whatever's happening on the other side of the sun. So I feel like it influences it, but on the other side where it doesn't impact us because it's it's impact sun is not facing us. Um, and then I feel like it calms down. So it's the dark side, but there's also the King of Wands is whatever we focus our energy on is what grows. So if I yeah, you heard it here first, right? But, each of us rolls over our own, uh we have a joined collective experience, but we all still choose to experience by our energetic choices how we experience the world, right? So, like, during the plague, people died, their whole lives were changed in what they felt was a traumatic way. And it was a rebirth for me where I left corporate life and began my journey of doing what I do now, experience, and being a huge monk introvert. I was like, "Oh, a reason that I can be like, oh no, I can't go. We need to stay home." So I like that they're saying here that we get to choose how it impacts our little individual world. Um, and so where we focus our energy is important. If I focus on fears and then I'm going to draw what I fear toward me. If I'm grateful and sit in neutrality, even going, it's going to do what it's going to do. Or I can put a big ball of protection around the earth and go, nothing is going to impact my full planet home. You know, so we get to choose that for ourselves too. But I don't feel like it's an alien. I was hoping it was an alien, unless the Five of Wands is they're coming for an alien invasion, but it's not true. I don't feel like it's a spaceship. I really wish it was, because I'm ready for alien contact, ready for the mothership to come take me home. How dare you guys leave me here? Can't believe it. Anyway, but hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Crescent Moon. Thank you again for all your donations. Interesting, right? All right. All right. So, Miley, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Here we go. And you want to know, did Ivan and Aodel put in a referral for me to each of their companies? All right, let's take a look here. We'll take a look at both. So the first one is Ivan. Did Ivan, and then did Aodel? Probably mispronouncing that. My apologies. All right. All right. So let's take a look here. Ivan here. We have the Eight of Cups. It is a flow of emotional energy, but I I feel like they're planning on it, but I feel like Ivan kinda let things literally kind of fall between the cracks is what's standing out here, as well. So, I don't feel like they are going to, but I feel like they realize that, "Oh god," they have it, like, on a Post-it note or something, they're like, "Oh, geez, let me submit that." So, I don't feel like they have, but they will, um, but it feels like maybe, like, Tuesday of next week, they find it and go, "Oh, wow." Or if you send them going, "Hey, have you heard anything?" They're like, "Oh, crap," kind of thing. Aodel, you got 2 cards for them. You got the Seven of Wands and the World card, yeah. So Aodel did we have the Seven of Wands energy, which is being seen energy, and the World card, which is a victory, an ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure. And the Seven of Wands is like putting a spotlight, so I feel like Aodel, they put in a referral, but I feel like they also just, like, put in, a really good word, or contacted their HR or their, recruiting or whatever and said, "Hey, I sent this." And they're really, really, they really put in a good word for you too. So I feel Aodel's all on it. And I even just trust that delays happen for a reason, but you can follow up with them and just go, "Hey, I was wondering, did you guys hear anything at all?" And that'll be a good reminder for them to get it submitted. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. Cat Goddess, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And what do you need to know right now? Right now. Let's take a look here. What do you need to know right now? Okay. This and this. Got the Tower and the Nine of Swords. Yeah. Your fears are being removed. Yeah, the Nine of Swords, which is Nightmare and Insomnia card, and the Tower looks scary, but it's actually removal energy. It's something that no longer serves you is being removed out of your life. And even though it's scary, when something is being removed, it can activate our fears. Like, no, it's like when you have a condemned tower that the roof leaks, it's got rats, the plumbing doesn't work anymore, there's a gas leak, the floors are falling apart too. Um, there's no door on the door on the door, and so animals are going in and out. The windows don't have any coverings on them because they've fallen off, and so birds and insects are all flying in there. It's condemned. It's a condemned tower, but I know we get an emotional attachment to this tower. It's the only tower I have. Don't take it away. So when it gets hit by lightning and starts to burn down, we kind of freak out. When it's happening, because that's our fear that the tower's going to leave our life, whether that's a person or a situation, a job, whatever. Um, when it's burning down, it does. It sends us into this place of panic. It can, unless we remember, oh, I got an insurance policy on that tower. In fact, that tower is one tower left of four towers that had a big wall and a castle in between, but all of that had fallen apart. I just never put in my insurance claim because I wanted to keep the rubble that was there before. But now that this is burnt down, the insurance guy shows up. They clear away all the rubble. They show you the plan of the amazing upgraded castle with four towers and a huge wall around it. They're even going to throw in a moat now, and there's going to be safety and security and all this. And if we knew that when the tower was burning down, we'd have set it on fire a long time ago. If we knew we are going to get this upgraded new castle, out with the old, in with the new. And this is what's happening here. It's like, let your fears be relieved that what is being moved out of your life is never a downgrade. It's always an upgrade. And I feel like that's what you need to know right now. Right? So that's what they have for you, cat goddess. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Moonlight, lastly but not leastly, we have your free reading here. Let's put this here. Thank you for your donation earlier. Just put this here. There we go. And your ears are ringing insanely. Me too. Any message from spirit, anything you need to know. Maybe it is the alien flares. You're talking about that. the comet going through. It's like, oh, why are my ears ringing? Better answer him. Let's see here. What does spirit have to say here? So you do have the Emperor. I like this Aries energy taking command, and the Four of Cups. Got two solid energies here. I like this coming in here because the Emperor energy is about you, what you've been doing, letting go of old expectations, old mindsets, old ways that things have to be and should be, need to be and have to be. And you're deciding from your heart what it is that you want. And then when you decide that, then you're going to put a plan together and then you're going to put action to that as well. Is your spaceship coming to take you home? Maybe we're on the same ship. Say hi. I like this because the Four of Cups, it's this energy we've been using this tonight. It's like this is what the emotional choices that you were making before, and it felt like stagnancy. It felt like doing the old stuff and trying to do what everybody else wanted. It felt very gray, very bland, right? But now that you're taking control of and realizing I get to decide what I want, I don't have to do what everyone else wants me to do, and no one else has to do what I want them to do. I'm releasing them, but I'm freeing myself. Uh, you know, I'm freeing myself first, and in the process, I'm letting everyone else go too. That I won't try to control them, and I'm not going to let anyone to try to control me because they can't. I'm going to make my story choices, my emotion choices, my energy, my physical choices. And in doing that, it changes from that to this, where it feels so colorful, where life, instead of feeling like you're existing and just being stagnant and reaching expectations to get back to ground zero, you are um, living instead of feeling like you're existing. And it has been uncomfortable. It is the fire of the Aries that's coming in. Yeah, absolutely. It's an upgrade. And you'll feel it, even though in the beginning it feels scary. And sometimes we do kind of revert back to wanting to be um, safe, right? The safety of what the devil we do know, instead of facing a devil we don't know. It's like there's no devil at all. We're finding the freedom and and we get used to it's like having it's getting used to having like being in a spaceship. Yeah, being in a spaceship without gravity, right? It's like when we're used to the heavy gravity pulling us down, when you're walking on the moon, you're, "Woo, wow, this is so easy. I can jump so far with hardly any effort. Oh my god," it is an upgrade. Um, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. So, I love that for you. So, that is what they have for you, Summer, aka Moonlight. So, I like that. Many blessings to you. All right, Ashvin, we will get one more in here. Thank you so much for your donation. And then I do need to start shutting down. I'm almost been on for 5 hours. Well, you had 4:44:44 for yours, for your timestamp. Look at that. How perfect is that, Ashvin? Boom. um, but I will need to head out here in a momentito. So, a brief on events happening in November. You too. Sleep well eventually. Take a nap. Enjoy. Rest, rest. All right. So, Ashvin, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know about happening in November? So, you've got this. You've got this. You've got these three is that. And then that. Wow. I feel like this is each week that's coming in here. Got week 1, week 2, week 3 has 3, and then week 4. So we'll take a look. Bottom of the deck overall, you have the 5 of Pentacles. I like this because it starts off here really bringing to kind of into the spotlight any beliefs we have around lack, any fears of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. The 5 here is a card of change where you're realizing it's not the outside world that brings you your sustenance in each moment. It's the creator, it is source. It's the whatever you believe your higher power to be. They give you what you need in each moment, not the outside world. When you can realize that you've had everything you needed in each moment, maybe not everything our ego wanted, not just bread and water, but creator, they give us what we need. And me being as old as I am, there's that trust that's built up when we realize that there's this um uh I've always had everything I've needed, or otherwise I'd be dead right now, right? Yeah, I know that timestamp, right? So I like this energy. Yeah, this definitely 4 being a number of stability, and you got 4, 44, 44. So feel like you're gaining a new sense of your worth that's found inward and upward and not outward during November. The first week, the event that comes in here, you have the 7 of Cups. So it does feel like there is, we have the snake here, which is transformation of emotions. It's a lot like, and we're in Scorpio season. Scorpio, they start off as a scorpion, they um transform into a snake and then an eagle and then a phoenix. But so this snake energy of shedding your emotional skin does feel like, I feel like the first week of November, you're really letting go of some old emotions around lack, around um, beliefs that you wouldn't have enough. Maybe even some of these emotions that you don't feel you deserve enough. So the first week, I feel like there's something that gives you a little bit of reflection on what was it when I was 7 years old or younger, 7 of Cups, 7 years old or younger when my emotional body was being created. What was it that made me feel like I don't deserve to have it? I talk about an Easter egg hunt where my dad saw that I had this whole basket full of eggs. I was beating all the other kids out of them because I was really good at spotting all these Easter eggs. And he made me put like he took my basket and put half of them back so other kids could find them. And that made me think as a child that I don't deserve to have that much, only half. And I didn't realize that was bubbling in there until like last year I read a book called Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch. It's Lynch. Great book if anyone wants it. But it helps you get in touch with your inner child through some tapping exercises and questions, and you can discover some of that. And I feel like that's week 1. Week 2 of November, you have the 9 of Swords. Yeah, and then we move into the mind. This is facing our fears, the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about lack and not having enough. I feel like it's more not having it enough. Week 1 is about being enough, 2 is having enough. And I feel like this is where you realize gratitude, gratitude, gratitude for what I do have and have had. And it's more focusing on the have had. Look at everything that I've had in my life. I have so much to be grateful for, in that the creator never let me down. I've always had what I've needed in my life. Like I said, or I'd be dead. So I like that energy that comes in here with that. Week 3 is the big one, I feel like, with these 3 cards. Yeah. Here's where the big transformation comes. Here's that Scorpio, ending of old things, coming into new things. I love that. We also have the 7 of Pentacles, a change of like beliefs. And here's that 4 of Pentacles I was talking about. Here's that solid foundation. And it's that realizing what I've been, the third week feels like what I've been basing my worth on. I'm replacing that because it hasn't made me feel stable. And that's one of the things that comes in with that 4 of Pentacles, is they realize when I define myself by the 3 buckets of relationships of, the 3 buckets: relationships with humans of all kinds, um, situations like jobs, education, social status, things like that. And then also in things, our bank accounts, our possessions, our bodies, that all those things are unstable, right? People change, people walk away, people pass away. So unstable. If I define myself by that, then I feel unstable. Also, if like my jobs and education, all that constantly changing, so unstable. If I define myself by that, I feel unstable. And then things break down, they blow up, they're stolen, they deteriorate. So again, everything in the outside world is unstable. Everything points us inward and upward. And that's like the big theme of November for you. Well, here in the United States, of course, we've got Thanksgiving. It's all about gratitude. Um, and then Black Friday hits and we focus on more, more, more. That's funny. It's true. But it's about gratitude, gratitude, gratitude of what I do have, and realizing I will always have everything I need in each moment because the creator in the universe is friendly and kind and is in my corner and wants to bring that for me. So there is this third week, I feel like, is that big thing, realizing the stuff that I'm getting isn't making me feel stable. It's all pointing me inward and upward. I love that. And then the last week of November, you've got the Maiden of Wands. Yeah. Page of Wands, really stepping into your power. And that is what happens, because when we base our foundation on the outside world, we do feel that lack. That's where we experience abandonment when we're younger, because when we're depending upon humans to be stable, the moment that their inner child feels unsafe and out of control, then they go into fight or flight mode, and they go into like a 2-year-old going, "Give me all the toys. I need them all for they're in survival mode. I need everything for me." So they'll take away any support they have because they feel they need it out of fear. But creator and spirit, they never go into fear. So we can rely on them. I feel like that's the big energy here for November for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. What else here? Here we go. It's this one here. What else about November? Clock time, time pressure in a rush. Yeah, it's like a time. It also allows us to, um, I don't feel like love in the month there. Um, it doesn't feel like love there. And give your donation a love and a like here. Speaking of love, but this feels like this is a foundation because When you discover that your worth isn't here, not relationships, right? Not jobs or education, not possessions or money and all that, but your foundation of your worth isn't here. I feel like November is you getting that strong foundation here, which changes your energy, which raises your love vibration, which helps draw in love. But I don't feel like anything in November for love right now, based on this current energy. But it says, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." And that's part of the lack energy. Time I think I need it. That's lack energy, right? I'm being patient with love coming into my life, let's say. But patience means I'm not grateful for the love I have in my life right now. So or money or whatever. If I'm not grateful for what I have right now, then I'm in lack and I'm pushing things further away as well, right? Says we are a long way from seasonal time, from the ebb and flow of tides, the cycles of the moon, the rise and set of the sun. Instead, we, like the white rabbit, have watches and clocks which tick and tick to mark the passing of every second. There are times when you need to move quickly, when you have appointments, deadlines, or important responsibilities that need to be completed. When you're amidst such activities, you will be consumed with them. You may become anxious, short of breath, hurried, and rushed. It may seem that you need to move faster than other people need to. This can lead to stressful, heart racing moments. And when you are reactive like this, you are less capable than when you are focused, calm, and clear. Even though it is true that you must meet a deadline, you must take a moment to slow down so you can attend to your responsibilities. You are in the midst of a whirlwind. Be the calm, be the eye of the storm. Put to rest the urge to worry, to fret, to rush until your work is done and the need to impress those you wish to please. Ooh. Work carefully, clearly, with focus and intent. See a sunrise, bathe in moonlight, notice the leaves changing color, and you will work faster than if you hurry and get caught up in worry. There is no need to rush. Just look as if you're taking your work as seriously as it deserves. Pull back, stay calm, have a plan, and stick to it, and all will be well. The divination of the card says a time of stress and added workload, increased responsibility, feeling it's too late to pursue your dreams, feeling pushed to complete too many tasks, and inability to say
No.
insufficient support, the urge to rush. This could be a time of dynamic opportunity, but you must take charge of your own workload and do what must be done. It's time for one last push. The reversal energy of the card says refusing to meet a deadline, procrastination and avoidance, feeling overwhelmed with responsibility, giving up on dreams, making no progress, being too slow, staying still when movement is needed. But I feel like the big picture of this one was about the rushing and how, and that's what happens when we're defining our worth by relationships and situations and things. We have all these expectations about time around every one of those, about levels and how much we're supposed to achieve, and we're pressured to try to achieve relationships with family, friends, lovers, marriage, whatever, right? Job, I got to get to a certain job level, got to get to a certain income level, certain possessions, certain body. I got to get all these things, and it's not true. When we define our worth by the outside world, that's retail. We feel like we end up on the clearance rack. When we go inward and upward, we find that we are priceless. And then the pressure drops off. We're able to come back to the now instead of rushing to get to the future where we've attached our worth to an outcome. And instead, we come back to the now and we define ourselves by the love from above, eternal and unconditional, never ending, nothing we have to do to earn it, nothing we can do to lose it. That's the solid foundation. And then that's the four. Four of Pentacles turns us inward and upward to find our worth there, not out here, right? So that's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Sounds like a very strong transformational foundational um, place, and that's where you want to be. Before love comes in, you want a solid foundation to build on, not shifting sands, because then everything falls apart, right? So that's what we have. I'm actually all done here. Sorry, sassy Libra. I'm hitting 5 hours right now, and I need to go rest. I'll be back tomorrow, though. I'm back in like it's 11 o'clock now. I'm back in 12 hours, so I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then tomorrow night 6 to 9, and then Sunday also 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. if you want to get there. But I do have to cut off now. 5 hours is like my limit. I do need to head off. But please come back tomorrow or tomorrow evening or Sunday. Be happy to complete a reading for you. And then if you guys, in the meantime, I do have a new episode of my podcast called The Easier Path. So be sure to check that out. That's all free. We talk about some relationship content there. Also, I have a giveaway coming up on November 5th. If you want to interested in winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, check out that video that tells you how to get into that. I also have some specials going on here till the end of the year with my 15-minute and my 30-minute personal recorded readings. I'm going to make an announcement next week on adding in my 60-minute and my hedge of peace. I'm going to have some specials on that for the rest of the year too. So be on the lookout for that. Also, next week we have Halloween. I'm going to have some special drawings, which I'll announce next week too. I'm going to give away two 15-minute personal recorded readings every session for my 5 sessions. One for those who are making donations. You'll have a separate drawing, and then those who have free readings, one from there. So there'll be 2 opportunities there to win those. So be on the lookout. We'll be communicating that next week. Also, if you want to, I have a little channeling video that I put out. This is also in the playlist of my podcast, The Easier Path, because I channeled and did automatic writing to my higher self is who came through, and I named it Walk Consciously because that's what they were talking about in that. So some free things that are there if you want to check them out. I know, right? I'm trying to remain balanced. um, but they're definitely in a very giving mood as we're flowing in here. Um, but I'm excited for our adventure together. And thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up and all the love. And thank you for understanding Sasa Libra as I let the elevator doors close and I go to the cellar or the penthouse, one of the two. We're going into solitude, right? Yeah, I love you too. Thank you guys so much. And remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there, get some rest. We'll see you soon.